welcome to the start of a conversation about sustainability in infrastructure. What are the strategies and the solutions that we need to deliver the sustainable infrastructure growth that we want to deliver a Viksit Bharat? What are the best practices in infrastructure from across the country that could be replicated elsewhere? What are the innovations needed for resilient infrastructure and the smart solutions to address these challenges? Now, those are the conversations that we start today, part of the Infrashakti campaign. It is India's biggest infrastructure campaign aimed at promoting equitable and sustainable development.
Of course, integral to this campaign are the NDTV Infrashakti Awards themselves that will honor and celebrate change makers who are contributing to India's growth story. The individuals or institutions who've made a significant difference to the infrastructure space, improving connectivity, livability, or sustainability. So welcome once again to the NDTV Infrashakti Awards.
Now, among our nominees are individuals, institutions, and projects who've innovated on smart solutions, created resilient infrastructure. They've transformed lives through engineering feats, and that's something we're going to be talking about. Sustainable urban planning, water and transport solutions, and so much more. By celebrating and awarding these change makers, we aim to inspire innovation and excellence across our India.
And the winners of the NDTV Infrashakti Awards tonight have been voted for by an eminent jury. They have assessed all the nominees across categories on basis of 5 key parameters: collaboration within and across disciplines to tackle challenging issues, replicability, is this doable elsewhere, impact, the effect on the community and area, sustainability, can the work continue without the innovator, and scalability, does the work have an inbuilt multiplier effect? So let us meet the jury of the NDTV Infrashakti Awards. Vivek Debroy, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister; Dilip Cherian, Image Guru, Litigation, Landscaping and Policy Analyst; G. Raghuram, former Director, IIM Bangalore and former Dean of IIM Ahmedabad; Gul Panag, actor, entrepreneur and sustainability advocate; and Renu Karnad, former Managing Director, HDFC Limited.
Well, in addition to the categories that the jury have voted on, there is one category that you, the people of India, have voted for, and that is the category for inclusive infrastructure. Infrastructure that creates accessibility and inclusion for anyone with any kind of disability or impairment. Before we move on, I'd just like to, in fact, ask a question or two to our jurors. Dilip Cherian looking very serious right up there in the front. He was
trying to look eminent.
Trying to look eminent. But Dilip, you know, I mean, the work of the jurors, obviously, and this has been fairly challenging because a lot of the nominees have been singularly credible. They've brought a lot to the table. Was there any one person or any one group of people that really inspired you, that you felt was making a real contribution?
I think the real contribution we felt came from people who were, in a sense, affected or afflicted by the lack of what they saw. And I think that is a powerful impulse. And where you see that combined with technical or technological excellence, you have what I call the kind of innovation that stays, makes an impact, and is most importantly sustainable in the long run.
Absolutely. And if we were to get Mr. Raghuram as well, so what about an idea or a solution that you think is worth scaling up? India is a country where you talk about volumes, you talk about scale. Any idea that stood out for its ability to scale up?
There are many, and I think the fundamental issue behind it was, what is the process that either the individual or the organization went through to build a sustainable, if you will, team where there was a buy-in and then created the impact-making activity. Yeah. So I think there are many that stood out. I think in each of the awards, definitely, you know, the finalists were those that stood out.
Was it difficult? Was it challenging actually coming down to the winners, who we'll be announcing today?
I would think so. In most of the categories, we had to sort of debate it out. And, well, we finally said we have to choose one. And,
so you got the
that
job
was
done.
difficult, yeah.
Right, so the awards are coming up in just a short while from now, but before that, it's time for our first conversation of this event, Infrashakti, the sustainable infra that builds Bharat, where in this session we'll be talking about India's Infrashakti in 2047, setting up and scaling India's sustainable infrastructure vision. I'd like to invite up on the stage Ashwini Gupta, Anup Sahai, Malanna Sasalu, and Rumjum Chatterjee. They'll be here in conversation with me. Come, please. Anywhere, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you. Come. Come, Rumjum. Come, please. Come. Please. Thank you so much for being with us today. You know, it means the world for us at NDTV to be having these meaningful conversations. We keep talking about India's economic growth, India's trajectory to becoming a truly developed nation. There are incredible challenges, but there are also tremendous opportunities. And when one speaks about infrastructure growth, the story as far as India is concerned is it's not even half written. There is so much more that we can expect. And we've got wonderful guests today. I'll just introduce them. Ashwini Gupta is CEO of Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Anup Sahai is Head of Corporate Strategy and Special Initiatives at Larsen and Toubro. Malanna Sasalu is CEO of Provident Housing Limited. And Rumjum Chatterjee is co-founder and managing trustee of the Infravision Foundation. Thank you all very much for being with us. Mr. Gupta, let me come to you first. Inasmuch as we will be talking about the India story and infrastructure, it fascinates me that the Adani Group looks so much at the entire Asia-Pacific region, one among many regions, when it comes to ports. And that's something that you deal with personally. Even if you go beyond our region to Haifa, then in our region to Tanzania, if you look at Sri Lanka, quite besides ports in our own country, it fulfills a larger geostrategic goal that is linked to the India growth story. How?
First of all, thank you for the invitation to be part of this distinguished panel. I'm just thrilled to join this conversation. Let me start with the India growth story in a sustainable planet. We believe in the $10 trillion economy. Where it will come from, the trade is at the core of it. What about trade? When we talk about focus on infrastructure, on energy, on industrialization, all talks about trade. Now, if you look at our figures, 95% of the trade last year was done by maritime, which is 68% of the value of all India. Then this is very clear that more and more efficient and effective trade, not only in India, but globally, is going to contribute to this 10 trillion economy. Now, when we look back a couple of thousand years before, what were the traditional and historical trade routes? They were all about India, East Africa, North Africa, Middle East, and Southeast Asia. I think time has come when these trades will be revitalized to bring the growth in India, not only for India, but from all these global trade routes. Yeah. And that's why we are not only focusing on India, which is one of the greatest growth factor, but also focusing on East Africa, North Africa, Middle East, and Southeast Asia.
Right, and I just wanted to come across to you, Mr. Sasalu. You know, when we talk about sustainable growth, obviously, the demand for growth in our country, whether it's urban growth in rural centers, all of that is critical but we have to keep an eye out on the environment. We have to ensure that our growth is not just equitable, but it is also environment friendly. Greenhouse emissions is a huge concern. Going forward, how does inclusive growth need to include a concern for the environment?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here and sharing my thoughts on this subject and with eminent panelists here. The first and foremost is we should simplify, because I believe that the sustainability word is overused and maybe less understood because we have not been able to simplify what it is. What it is that for the last 100 years, ever since we found out the steam engine that we started utilizing and the industrialization started, and we started burning coal and fossil fuels, and also the growth of economy started happening. In all of this one, if you really look at it, human beings are the only species wherein we are able to not only consume something, we are able to go and keep it for tomorrow, day after, and 200 years, 300 years, 400 years. Which means that we overuse the environment. That means we took a lot from the environment and not actually going and replenishing and giving it back. And that's the sustainability. So that is where today the effects of that are massive, that we are talking about greenhouse gas emission, where a cover which has been created in the atmosphere with carbon dioxide and methane and many other sulfur and gases, such gases. And today that there is a heat wave and other things that what we are talking about. This is what has happened. With regards to your question regarding the sustainable growth and equitable growth, what we have, if I may use the word messed up, what we have messed up in the last 100 years cannot be reversed in 5 years or 6 years because the economies in the world cannot sustain such kind of investments. Which means that even today, the most of the power comes from burning coal across the world. Today, we will not be able to go and say, we'll shut down all the coal industries because we want to be sustainable. So we are going to reverse it and we're going to go for renewable energy. And it's not possible because society cannot afford it. More equitable is when we are able to educate people and when the larger organizations which are there are going to be moving towards the sustainable initiatives and also taking the entire population along with that and making sure they understand their role in this massive transformation that the world needs is probably the way the world should be going ahead.
It is often a cliche that when one looks at infrastructure, one looks at buildings and ports and airports and highways, etc. But, Rumjung, when we had a conversation, a chat before we started this program, you pointed out the need to speak about social infrastructure because it's not just enough to have structures. It's important to focus on education, healthcare, water. Could you tell us about how this needs to be a key part of 2047?
Vishnu, I think we've made significant progress in terms of core infrastructure sectors in the last few years, and we're very proud of that. And that has come about because of large investments that have gone in, private sector has been involved, that has led to quality infrastructure at scale, and of course, world-class infrastructure. However, India is such a diverse and large country. There is a lot of effort that we now need to put into looking at how we can galvanize the social sectors as well, the social infra sectors, with those kind of initiatives that we have actually been successful for core. So can we look at PPP initiatives in the social structure as well? Take healthcare. Is that something that we can look at PPP making a difference to even district hospitals for that matter? So there are opportunities in the social sectors where we believe that we need to focus attention so that the developing country has got challenges that need to be addressed. I agree that today what we are seeing is that those local challenges are being addressed by local solutions as well. In fact, Infrashakti Awards is one such step in that direction. We need to celebrate that. But when we look at scaling up and sustaining that, then I think there are much more efforts that will be required.
Yeah. Mr. Sahai, at one level, what we are talking about are concepts and ideas and, things which fulfill a certain need. But Larsen & Toubro has done a great deal of work when it comes to actually realizing inclusive infrastructure growth, sustainable infrastructure growth. Could you give us a few examples of how that has been the case?
Yeah, Vishnu. Let me take up one of my favorite things to talk about, and it relates to also what you said about water. You touched upon it. If we talk of a resilient infrastructure, if we can get the local communities to have a say in it, and somebody was remarking about it can become sustainable if it is inclusive and if there is buy-in from all the stakeholders. So there is something I would like to talk about, which is what we do in the rural areas, in the farming community, which is we have taken up 9 sites across the country. And these are sort of water-stressed areas which have been deprived of water for long periods of time. Not completely arid. They do get rainfall, but very sparse. So we have identified these rural areas, each of them around, say, 3,500 to 4,000 hectares. And we have worked with the local communities over there. Each project or each site is something like 5 to 7 years of intervention. The first task is to see how we can improve the water resources and availability in these regions. And a number of measures are taken out with the involvement of the local people, the farmers over there, setting up councils and communities amongst them so that they can carry on the work after we have left. So things like farm bunding, trench cutting at higher levels in the watershed area, which has an effect 2 to 3 kilometers downstream of that place in terms of raising the water level in the wells and the ponds. And activities like that which have helped raise the water level or the water table in the wells and in the ponds which the farmers access for their livelihood, for farming and cultivation. And they have seen the difference these things have made. And after we leave also, so they carry on the work. They understand the meaning now of what it means to maintain those trench cuts at elevated levels and to repair it as and when required. They understand the meaning of farm bunding in a cooperative way with the neighboring farmers, so that there is a system of access of water, egress of water, and release of water from one location to the other, from one farmer's land to the other farmers. They have seen productivity improvements of 2.5 to 3 times. I have spoken to farmers who earlier used to work on other people's large farmers' land holdings because they could not get enough out of their own 2-hectare plot. And now they say that after 3 years of this activity, that they can get more out of their own land, not only for their own needs, but also to sell in the market and get a surplus. So this is how lives have been transformed across 9 such locations over the last 7 or 8 years, and we are taking on more sites. So how to do this at scale can be a challenge, which is something that can be taken up. We are not the only corporates, I must say. There are other corporates also doing similar kinds of things. But certainly there is an opportunity and there is a need to scale it up at a much bigger level across the country. I'm not talking about all the work we do in terms of creating water resources in a large scale, because that is well known and it is often publicized. And there are numerous government programs which are on the forefront of that. One of them being the Jal Jeevan Mission, which is Har Ghar Nal Se Jal, which has done remarkable, I would say, in terms of reaching out to 80% of rural households. Now they have a tap connection. But I can come back to the water subject later on, because I think it is a very important element of resilient infrastructure. And I think we can be heading for a crisis if we don't address it.
That's absolutely correct. And we will talk about water in a while. But Mr. Gupta, earlier we'd focused on the Asia-Pacific region in terms of ports, the Indian Ocean region. Let's talk about India itself, because the India story as far as ports is concerned is so critical for our economic growth. I was reading some numbers, and this is what the Minister of Shipping and Ports said. Our present capacity in millions of tons per annum is 2,600 MTPA. By 2047, the goal, I think, is 10,000 million tons per annum. So 2 questions over here. What is the climate strategy as India expands port capacity? And secondly, what are the economic implications of reaching that 10,000 MPTA mark?
Yeah, I would say India growth story in a sustainable planet. We do believe in this 10,000 million metric ton per annum capacity as announced by Honorable Minister. Why? If you look at India GDP, we talk about 6 to 7%. Maybe it may go higher. But when we look at the trade growth, it could be much higher than the GDP. And if we do my mathematics, it comes to be 9 to 10% to reach that 10,000 million metric ton by 2047. So if we focus on GDP growth, if we focus on trade growth, that is going to happen, which is 10,000 million metric ton. And in line with that, we ourselves also preparing the capacities. For example, in next 5 years, we will double our sales to 1 billion. Now, what is also very important that we do the growth in a sustainable way. Sustainable way means what? And I think I fully appreciate what you said. Sometimes we overuse the sustainability word. In my language, sustainability is something that you should hand over this planet to your grandchildren as your grandfather did to your father. That's what is the definition of sustainability, despite of exponential growth, despite of capacity creation and so on. So what is most important in this sector is the end-to-end renewable energy. And as I'm speaking, 13% of our ports are driven by the renewable energy. And we are putting up the world's largest renewable energy park, 30 gigawatt in Kavra. Now, the second thing which comes is again about planet, is about how green our planet is. Again, we are aligning ourselves with the Indian government's ambition of net zero by 2070. We as Adani Ports have set our target to be net zero by 2040. Renewable energy, in case of planet, 48 million trees by 2030. But more important, the species which is mangrove, you would have seen, when you are on the plane and you're looking at the beaches or the coastal line. In Asia, we are the pioneers in doing the mangrove development, and in India, we are the biggest. So which means air, water, land, everywhere, if we have to create the activities which are going to protect the species and which are going to make a planet greener and cleaner so that we hand over the planet to our grandchildren with the growth which we are targeting, which is 10 trillion economy.
That's fantastic if we can actually achieve it. But there's so much more to be done. I think that really is the challenge. Mr. Sasalu, when one speaks about real estate development in the country, the first thing that comes to my mind are urban spaces where builders come in, destroy old buildings, create these concrete structures, and there is no concept or thinking about how that needs to be sustainable or environmentally friendly. Now, that's obviously something that cannot be the way forward. It's not an option. It's just something that has to be done. How?
Yeah, so let's talk about, people don't take real estate developers too seriously. They think that, they're there to make money and ruin the entire environment and so on and so forth. And I think that there is too much credit given to us which we don't deserve, right, for whatever has gone wrong. Basically, let's understand this, that 7% of the total GDP comes from only residential development in this country, right? So, which means that it's around roughly $500 billion of GDP comes from the housing, which it employs one of the largest employment creator is the housing industry in this country. So there are more than 120 cities with a population of 5 lakhs or more. Yeah. And then we have around 60 cities which have a population of more than 10 lakhs, million people. 7 cities have a population in excess of 7 million or more, 70 lakhs or more. So when we talk about sustainability, when usage of resources means where does the usage happen? Usage happens in the place where people are living. So people are living and the urbanization is at its fastest trajectory that you can think of. And the real estate development is probably one of the most important aspect of the society creation. Everybody needs a house. 2014, Honorable Prime Minister actually came up with the first housing policy, Housing for All, the sustainability initiative with regards to housing. That Housing for All and the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana was brought in, and several private people also participated in it, and also there is a government initiative which put so many people, homeless people, into homes across the country. With regards to us ruining the real estate developers ruining the environment. Let's understand that we operate under the guidance of what we call the master plans that have been created in all the cities. We operate in 7 cities. Unfortunately, we are not in Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Cochin, Chennai, Goa, Pune, Hyderabad, and Mumbai. These are the cities where we are operating in. So either we are doing a 5 acres property or a 50 acres property, and our powers do not go beyond those 5 acres or 15 acres or whatever it is. There is no way that we can go to a public road and say, I'm going to improve this road. By touching that road means that you have actually broken a rule or two. So it is just that within that infrastructure that is provided is where we participate. It is not a blame game. And I think, there is a lot of emphasis that should be given towards the urban development in the country. When we are creating the master plans, it should be comprehensive. And most of the development plans are called comprehensive development plan. Sometimes we might not have really given too much of importance to the word comprehensive itself. Because when people are living, people use electricity, people use water, people generate waste, yes. And people want to travel, and people need the shopping, and people need a lot of infrastructure that is required to be doing that, and all of those things should be taken into consideration. So we are only developing within the guidelines that is provided by this thing in the amount of constraints that we operate, and I believe that real estate developers must be celebrated rather than being yes, being criticized is what I think.
Romeo, people's choices and people's voices. We don't talk about this enough at all when one speaks about infrastructure growth. And the reason it is important to have inclusive growth is because we aren't one homogeneous society. We are a deeply heterogeneous society. But these are just words that I'm saying. How does one have inclusion when it comes to a vision, whether it's real estate, whether it's highways, whether it's buildings, or anything else which involves the voices of diverse people?
Absolutely. Vishnu, I think the important thing is that we don't listen to people's needs enough. Infrastructure is meant to improve the quality of life of our citizens. But we cannot assume that infrastructure will be made and they will have to live and operate within that. We need to understand what infrastructure is required for them, how they would like it, and wherever this has been used, this concept has been used, we've seen fantastic results, all of which are sustainable, because people know what they need, they want, how to get that, and how to operate that so that it benefits them. I think Mr. Sahai was talking about the water example. I'll give you another example of the change that we've seen when it comes to sanitation. The entire Swachh Bharat program was actually developed on the basis of the fact that if people own the entire program and know what change they want, then they will take ownership of that. They will ensure that they are actually going to be able to create assets or infrastructure that is going to benefit them, look after them, and therefore that is how we will move towards sustainability. Sure. So we need to do a lot more of that, whether it's urban areas on saying, why is it that a metro is made, but ridership is only 22%? It's because nobody asked them what the challenges are. So we need to listen to people a lot more. That last mile connectivity, there are huge challenges today, but nobody is offering them. Nobody is understanding the issues. So I think we all stakeholders need to sit together to address solutions that
which are user-friendly at so many voices and represent views and needs.
Correct.
Mr. Sahai, how does Larsen & Toubro reduce your carbon footprint?
So let me speak in the context of Larsen & Toubro as an EPC company with also parts of manufacturing. But the bulk of the revenue is from engineering, procurement, and the construction activities. And we are, at any point of time, or currently, we are at around more than 600 construction sites across the country. So the big challenge for us is how to reduce the carbon footprint from these construction sites. The bulk of the emission takes place on account of the diesel consumption that takes place in these sites. More often they are remote, they are of a temporary nature, between 3 to 5 years typically. They have open boundaries, so to say, and getting connectivity from the grid is not always easy. So a lot of diesel consumption takes place, so the challenge for us was how to reduce the diesel consumption from 70 to 80% of the total mix to less than 60%. And I think over the last 12 to 18 months, a lot of initiatives have been taken. One is to see, as far as possible, to convert DG sets operation into grid wherever the workmen colonies are there. Secondly, to go in for more energy efficient equipment. We have identified 20 to 25% of our equipment of 7,000 to 8,000 large sized equipment, which various kinds of construction equipment, where we are replacing them with, they have been found to be old, more than 10 years old, and we are replacing them actively with the newer types of equipment. Then next is we have put IoTs and sensors on 14,000 pieces of equipment. They are tracked centrally in a command center, and they are tracked for both productivity and whether they are in operation or not, and whether what is the kind of fuel consumption taking place. So through optimization of such equipment across sites, improving their productivity, we have been able to reduce the diesel consumption per piece of equipment. And something simple as just setting targets for the various project teams at each site, that despite the increase in the activity, as a company we are growing, we are getting more orders, but we are saying that no, your diesel consumption has to come down. You will grow, but your diesel consumption has to come down. And that itself has had an effect. Our revenues and activities have grown by 15% in the last year, but diesel consumption has dropped by around 7%. So we see that as a significant effect of all these measures. 30 to 35% of our emissions is a scope 2, which comes from the grid consumption. And here we have some big challenges in terms of getting renewable energy through the grid from developers, because it's difficult to get them interested for a short period of 3 to 5 years when there is so much demand anyway in the country. They are looking for 10 years to 15 years, which we cannot provide. So it's a challenge we are trying to work out with some aggregators, if not developers, to see how we can make a start with sourcing some of the electricity through renewable energy sources.
Sure.
But these are the challenges of a EPC company operating in 600 odd sites at any point of time.
One final question, Mr. Gupta, to you. This is something that fascinates me. You've seen ports evolve in India, not just the Adani ports, but ports across the country over a period of time. How has technology had, or how is technology having a direct impact on logistics? And when one talks about logistics, there are also constraints, because outside the ports, there is the entire highway network, there is the end user who has to gain from all of this, and there are problems and bottlenecks at every stage. So again, two parts. Is there a limit to logistics when we use that word in terms of your business? And how does technology work with logistics?
Yeah, I would say that if I simply define what is logistics and what we expect from logistics, logistics is a way to connect all the growth potential spots across the globe, which means more efficient and more effective logistics is, which means the more competitive solution our customers can get, hence contributing to the trade growth. Now, when I look at all the touch point of the logistics, we talk about vessels, we talk about ports, we talk about warehouses, we talk about yards, we talk about railways, we talk about trucks. Every part is the integral thing of the logistics. Today, when I compare, and this is what the target which India should take and India has taken, to reduce the logistics cost by 5 points. We are 5 points uncompetitive as compared to other best-in-class logistics cost in the world. Imagine if that 5 points goes down, how much effective we will be in the whole world. And
why are we above the world standard?
So the first thing is, do we have a seamless connectivity between all the models of transport. Are we, just before ma'am talked about it, are we really talking about infrastructure in isolation, or we are talking about infrastructure which is well connected, and that brings the quality of life to the consumer from end to end? So I think the challenge, so let me put it, the opportunity which we have is thanks to all the policies and the focus of the government on the logistics is bringing a lot of good things, whether we talk about dedicated freight corridors, whether we talk about multimodal logistic parks, whether we talk about the railway feeders, we talk about warehousing. I mean, everywhere we talk about, there's a special focus on logistics because we all have realized if we really want to be competitive in the world, we need to work on our logistics cost. When it comes to maritime vessels, in 1 decade, we have reduced by 1/10. For example, a turnaround time for a vessel 10 years before was 7 days, now it is just 0.7. This has brought efficiency to the system. How we could do that, it is because of the technology platform. So when I talk about if we have to connect the dots of each and every infrastructure which is influencing the trade, the technology platform is the only solution. Technology is an enabler to connect everything. And I think the way we are seeing e-commerce today, how many packets we receive at our home every morning, which is totally different than what it was 5 years before. Let's talk about that logistics, which will be end-to-end seamless.
Yeah. Well, a wonderful start, I would hope, to many more conversations today for this program. And I think this really sets the table for what we were trying to do, which is to look at infrastructure and infrastructure growth from a holistic standpoint. We've looked at it from the standpoint of diversity, different voices. We've looked at it from the standpoint of technology. We've looked at it from the standpoint of carbon emissions. And we've looked at it from the standpoint of India, the macro geostrategic picture as well. All of this comes together for our economic growth as we work towards the 2047 target. But there is no doubt that there are fundamental challenges which lie ahead. We'll continue having these conversations to identify those and think through solutions. Thank you all very much for this first session. Can I invite you all for a group photograph as we move ahead with our programming? Come, please.
Should I now go on stage? Wait.
Come.
Thank you.
Come, please. Thank you. After you. Thank you.
The next conversation is around future-proofing Bharat with resilient infrastructure. That's our next conversation on infrastructure, how we can ensure that we protect the environment and us by building resilient infrastructure that outlives all of us. To talk on that, I would like to invite up on stage Ricky Cage, Amit Singh, G. Raghuram, Anumita Roy Chaudhary, and Mr. Vinayak Chatterjee. Yes, absolutely, go ahead. Yes, we can sit there, yes. Please, please, ma'am. Amit, right here. Yes. The second conversation today is around how do we future-proof Bharat by getting resilient infrastructure. Infrastructure that can survive disasters, that can actually survive the kind of climate change that we are seeing around us. Infrastructure that can outlive all of us. Panelists in the previous session mentioned about how we need to build infrastructure for our next and the generation after that as well. all at the same time meeting our climate goals. India wishes to be a climate leader for the world. To do that, we need to ensure that our infrastructure also meets the kind of climate commitments that we have put out and set a roadmap for. All this and more, along with ensuring that it makes perfect business sense. At the end of the day, India's green journey needs to map out in terms of how it adds up from a business point of view. And that's exactly what this discussion is going to be. It's a power-packed panel I have with me. We have experts, analysts, activists, and of course, those from the field of business as well. Let me introduce my panelist, Mr. Rekhi Cage. He's a 3-time Grammy Award winner, composer, and environmentalist. Mr. Amit Singh, CEO of Adani Green Energy. G. Raghuram, former director of IIM Bangalore. Ms. Anumita Roy Chaudhary, Executive Director, Research and Advocacy for Center for Science and Environment. And Mr. Vinayak Chatterjee, Infra Vision Foundation Head. Thank you so much to all of you for being part of this discussion. My first question, in fact, as I said, which is around that it needs to make perfect business sense at the end of the day. And Amit, let's start with that when you talk about India's green journey, sir, at the end of the day, it needs to make sense from a business point of view, from a financial point of view, from an investor point of view. So there is, of course, there's generation, there's consumption, but how do we ensure that we get to the kind of goals that we've made for ourselves as a nation, as a society, and of course from a generation point of view as well?
Yeah, look, if you look at today's Indian consumer, and compare it and contrast it to US or China, our consumers are consuming 1/10 of electricity today. And if you look at the potential in our country and the growth of power demand in our country, we just exceeded 250 gigawatt of peak demand. So a huge surge of electricity demand is coming our way. And looking at what's happening around us in terms of increase in temperature and all the climate-related manifestations we are seeing in atmosphere conditions, it's important that the sources of electricity become green. Where we are and where we need to get to, we need to make some big and bold steps. We need to work on mega-scale projects. And in Adani Green, we have actually embarked on one of that mega-scale project in Khavda, where we are going to put together a 30 gigawatt scale project, which will be commissioned over the next few years. This will be the biggest project in the world from a renewable plant perspective or any kind of power plant perspective. And frankly, for India to deliver and meet its ambitions, many more such initiatives have to be put into play. While we are improving and growing our generation capacity, we also need to look at renewable power by nature is intermittent in nature. We also need to develop other sources of storage, whether it is pump storage, battery storage, and also look at harnessing the wind power, which is available in abundance in different parts of India. So a lot of investment needs to go in strengthening our grid infrastructure across the country. We need to be getting better at energy efficiency. I heard some of the members talk about it just a little earlier. And together, I believe if we keep doing what we are focusing and targeting, we will be able to achieve the net zero targets which we have set for ourselves. So huge opportunity for our nation to change the paradigm and really take advantage of what's happening in the tech sector as well.
Absolutely. And Mr. Chatterjee, if I may come to you on the fact that India has massive infrastructure requirements, whether it's in the field of energy, transportation, urbanization requirements that we have. We're looking at the next 30, 40 years really being a game changer for us in terms of setting ourselves on a developed country path, all at the same time having our green concerns as well. So as someone who's been in this field for the last 4 decades or so, how do you see our journey the next 4-5 years, and what would you be looking at in terms of advising policymakers for the next couple of key decisions that the government or the country needs to take?
Thank you. Popular perceptions of resilient infrastructure bring some images to the mind.
Yes.
That global warming should not raise water levels, that some cities, in some cases, countries do not disappear. The fact that we should not make roads through tiger reserves. that we should not cut too many trees to build a new industrial park.
Absolutely.
These are popular images of, or we should not sanction projects where cracks appear in the Joshimart buildings. These are popular perceptions of grappling with resilient infrastructure.
Yes.
So in terms of policymakers, there are two suggestions I have, and I'll keep it short. One is that India is burdened with fairly large historical installations of infrastructure. Let me give you an example. India has the largest number of dams. How often does anybody think about dams? You don't. Yes. You probably visit one or two as a tourism destination. But India has the third largest number of dams in the world. But wonder of wonders, 63% of them are more than 100 years old. They're built during British times. And their structural strength has fallen. Now, if you have 63% of 7,000 dams, which are 100 years old and structurally inconsistent, you got a major problem on your hands.
Absolutely.
And in Parliament, it was said that there have been 42 instances of dam collapse. And the World Bank now has a program called DRIPS, which is to take a look at some of the dams, and many of the dams now actually have to be retired. So what is going to happen to those reservoirs? Now, the point I'm making is, whether they are railway footbridges, or whether they are tunnels, or whether they are dams, there is a large number of historical infrastructure in India which is from colonial times. So the advice to policymakers first is that we should have some kind of a very strong technical inspection teams to see that footbridges don't collapse, that railway tunnels don't collapse, that cracks don't appear in buildings like in the hills in Joshimart or in Shimla or Dehradun. That's one policy intervention that is sorely required now. The second point I want to make is that India does not have a sustainability index. We have ratings on ESG, which you will find in all corporate balance sheets now. Now, that's fine, because you get brownie points for rising up the scale on your ESG ratings. But we do not have a sustainability rating. And I'm now going to do a little bit of marketing for a particular project that we have done, which I'm very proud of, in the Infravision Foundation, which is to develop a 102-point index of a sustainability index. Professor Raghuram is on our governing council, and he knows how deep we have gone in the subject. We have developed 102 criteria of definition of resilient infrastructure across various dimensions. And I'm not listing them out for you, but it goes from the method of construction to the green that it demolishes, etc., 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 or the water it uses, or what it does to the community. Now, we have a sustainability index of 102 parameters, which policymakers should use now. And we have tried to propagate it with the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Commission, with Niti Aayog, with NABFID and others, to say, can we propagate the India-specific sustainability index? And I hope to enthuse Mr. Pugalia, you're sitting here. I hope to share this document with you in NDTV so that you may take a call as to whether it's a campaign worth taking on. That India should have its own homegrown sustainability index by which policymakers decide first whether to sanction a project or not. After you've sanctioned a project, it's too late. But should we have, for example, a major highway being built in the eco-sensitive, fragile Himalayan ranges right up to the highest levels? I'm obviously not taking the names of towns. Should you sanction such a project? So issues like these should pass through the test of the sustainability index for policy makers to judge first whether the country should actually have that project or let it pass. So it's a complex subject, and I'm going to stop here to offer these two suggestions to the House today. Thank you.
In fact, both are very valid and important points. What do we do about our legacy infrastructure? We can, of course, make amends when we start afresh, but what do we do about our legacy infrastructure and about the sustainability index? And I want to take your views, in fact, on both these issues, which are most important, Professor Raghuram as well as Anumita on this, that what do we do about our existing infrastructure and also about the sustainability index that Mr. Chatterjee spoke about?
Absolutely. So if you really think, if there is some takeaway from the summer that we have just, experienced, first, the persistent heat wave, and then unprecedented flood. What it's telling us, and that's a message, that climate change, which is real, that's constant, but we cannot keep blaming climate change all the time, keeping in mind the way infrastructure is taking shape today that aggravates and compounds the impact if we do not get the blueprint right. And it's all about getting the blueprint right so that cities need not be a bad word, but cities can be part of the solution. If keeping in mind again that we are told all the time that most of the growth, the infrastructure growth that we are all talking about today, that the most of it still lies in the future in India, that we have not grown to the extent we would grow in future. That means it's an opportunity if we do it right. If not, then it's a disaster. So from that perspective, there are 3 takeaways that how can we therefore do and build for resilience and for mitigation. Clearly, as we are all saying that, so one is the whole housing and the built environment, which is going to expand phenomenally. We have just heard about Government of India's big program, Housing for All, but we also have a program, India's Cooling Action Plan, which says that thermal comfort for all. This is absolutely important in an era when we are going to get hit by heat wave. But the issue is that are we really building for thermal comfort? Because when you go down to the ground, you realize that a lot of prescriptions and the rules that we already have for ventilation, daylighting, material, that will actually help to reduce the thermal load and the heat load on the buildings to make us more comfortable, to reduce the air-conditioned hours, we often do not meet them. So it's important that we do that right. Second, we are talking about floods. We are talking about choosing material so that we can reduce the heat island effect. You know, this summer, when we went out with the infrared thermometers, and we actually measured the temperature of the granite pavements. And under the sun, the temperature would hit 60 degrees when the grass-paved areas were just about 40. Now, this kind of data has to inform infrastructure design and development, the material that we are selecting today. Similarly, understand that we just have seen about the water crisis in Bangalore, water crisis in Delhi. But why? Because the master plan of Delhi is saying that if we had improved the water storage in Delhi, then almost 900 billion of water could have been, it has the potential. And if at least 25% of that can be done, and we stored that, then that can help us to meet the shortfall. But where is the design for that, especially looking at Bangalore, which originally had more than 1,400 lakes for water storage, has dwindled to just about 198, and with massive reduction. So clearly, therefore, what it means that while we are growing, that how do we grow well and not use, for instance, not just use our, come out of the conventional approach of planning as well, that do not look at stormwater drain for 100% water to be drained out of the city, but change the draining concept in such a way that you recharge, you conserve, and keep most of the water inside the city. So my final takeaway is that we have to understand this and understand how to therefore build these indicators in our infrastructure planning to minimize impacts, build resilience, and mitigate, and be inclusive. Because when we map out the heat-prone areas and the flood-prone areas in the city, that's where the maximum poor people live. So clearly that creates and gives us the agenda that how do we need to build and construct for the new normal.
Absolutely. And while ensuring that there's a more scientific approach towards handling some of these issues, one sees policy making, it is still a work in progress. There is not so much of a technological solution that is applied to it. And in the wake of that, in the wake of these legacy issues, in the wake of some of the concerns that Mr. Chatterjee raised also, Professor Raguraman, do you think that when you talk about standardization, disaster codes, you know, those building standards that are kind of being made right now, it's still a work in progress. So how do we ensure that there is better standardization, better codes being made to ensure that we can minimize some of the impacts that is being talked about? We can't eliminate it, we can hope to minimize it.
Yeah, I mean, building on what Vinayak said about looking at existing infrastructure, definitely, I mean, I think to an extent it is, say, colonial infrastructure, so the age factor. I'm sure he also implied not only the age factor, but the way the environment is changing, higher, greater variation in temperatures, more water, more flooding. So maybe not only examine existing infrastructure from the requirements that the climate change would impose, even new infrastructure that we are planning to construct, what are the standards? And would these standards stand the test of the climate impact, which we have already caused, because climate impact takes decades, and there is going to be whatever we are seeing. So, for example, the tar on the roads, would they sustain consistent 50 degrees centigrade direct sun hit on it? Welded rails, which are pre-stressed, will they withstand the kind of temperatures or the water, or whatever it is that would cause them to deteriorate maybe faster than was originally thought of? So I think all this is going to need attention. Technology can come in. Maybe we need a lot of sensors, ability to monitor. We will need better governance. We will need people who are charged with the responsibility of looking at this, which I don't think the relevant infrastructure institutions today think through. So I think there is this whole issue of standards and monitoring for standards. I think there is another important issue which is more of a moral, ethical concern in India, and that is, we may have standards, but what is our execution? The plan execution gap. And some of the disasters that we've been having, take that game room in Rajkot, that, where the fire came in, and, obviously people don't follow codes. I could have good, so first is, do I have the right codes? But even if I have that, so take Ahmedabad as a city, until the earthquake, it was accepted that people will violate building codes. I'm sorry, we had our real estate friend in the earlier panel, but I think we were waiting for a disaster like the earthquake, where compliance with codes in Ahmedabad has definitely increased. And the new Ahmedabad that's coming up, growing around, is far more compliant. So we have standards, we have, dealing with the issue of execution. And I think a third aspect we need to worry about is bringing in innovation in an inclusive way. And for that, for example, R&D. I think infrastructure has grown in India to such an extent that we need to start having fundamental solutions, many times bottom up. Academic institutions have to be brought in. Maybe manufacturers have to be brought in. Take the example of railways. I don't think enough R&D gets done. Maybe today we have brought in manufacturers, giving them some leeway to come up with their own designs. But we just need a lot more fundamental R&D. Corporates, I've been saying the Adani group is now so widely set up in different domains of infrastructure that they could very well invest in fundamental R&D and create knowledge that will enable future-proofing of infrastructure. Just to give an example, because Adani Green, if we want future-proofing infrastructure, I'm looking at solar. Solar panels are coming on surfaces. Now, India is a country that can ill afford giving up surface for solar panels. I don't know, the largest solar park is coming up. It's right on the surface. should we be doing some R&D and actually see whether we can raise the panels up so that the Earth's surface is available for some alternate use? What about all the solar panels on rooftop? The rooftop is also valuable. And like, for example, in our society, the rooftop used to, we could hold parties. Today we can't because the society said we're going to go for solar. And the rooftop is all gone.
Absolutely.
So I think the third aspect I want to bring in is that of innovation, where we worry about the Indian context.
Yes. In fact, I'm going to come to technology in just a bit about, identifying India-centric solutions to these problems. But before that, I want to get in Ricky as well. You've been a very passionate voice when it comes to raising issues related to climate change, how it impacts and disproportionately impacts the poor. And the fact that we are having these conversations is testimony to the fact that at least we are now recognizing the problem, addressing it. There is greater awareness about it. Through your music, you've raised that awareness. What next is the frontier that you want to capture through your music?
So first of all, I'm going to take the conversation a little bit tangentially.
Absolutely.
And I believe that, the words development and the words infrastructure have been pretty much hijacked simply because I believe that development by its own definition should be in collaboration with the environment. But nowadays, when we think about development, the only thing we think about is concretization, New York skyline, and roads and infrastructure and things like that. And we've got a separate term for sustainable development, which is good development, when it should be the opposite, that development by itself should be sustainable development, and we should have a separate term for, unsustainable or irresponsible development. So an example for that is basically, in my role as being a United Nations Goodwill Ambassador, especially working with the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, I've been quite involved in this project known as the Great Green Wall. Now, the Great Green Wall is a collaboration between the African Union, the European Union, and the World Bank. And what it essentially is that it's basically infrastructure. And it is creating a green mosaic belt all the way from Senegal in the west to Djibouti in the east. It's in the Sahel region. And it's about 18 kilometers 15 to 18 kilometers in thickness, and the length of the entire infrastructure is about, I think it's about 8,000 kilometers, and about 18% of it is ready, which is about 18 million hectares of land, and which has been completely green. And this is pretty amazing because it is going to serve generations and generations, number one. And number two is that it's going to help in climate resilience, especially when it comes to the effects of climate change, that is, desertification, drought, and it's going to help in retaining water. It's going to help in bringing back biodiversity, helping in sustainable livelihoods for people. It's going to help in jobs and things like that. And also adding to what Professor said just now, that I did this concert I think it was in 2016. I did this concert at the Javits Center in New York. And what I loved about that concert was that the Javits Center itself has got a roof which is about 7 acres large. And they'd taken me on a tour of that particular roof, and they'd completely greened the entire roof. And there were trees, there were shrubs, there was vegetation over there, and it was quite amazing because there were 50 species of bird that had made their home, the roof of the Javits Center. And also there were 5 species of bats over there, and it also helped in insulating the structure. So they had to use much less energy to warm the Javits Center during winter and to cool the Javits Center during summer. And of course, it also helped, mitigate the use of storm drains because it would collect rainwater and it would also retain rainwater. So I believe that we have to look at infrastructure as not just being concretization, but also infrastructure which is natural infrastructure.
Indeed, and I think this is the kind of steps and the roadmap that we are hoping to sort of carve out here. One of the interesting things that I think Professor Raghuram mentioned was about the need for identifying solutions given the constraints that India has. I remember, Amit, when we spoke prior to this panel, you talked about the need to identify areas which do not, or solutions that do not require that much land as one of the reasons that we need to work on. So when we talk about India-centric solutions, the kind of tech breakthroughs that we need to identify, the kind of skill gaps that we need to address, how would you like to come in on that point? And then I get in Mr. Chatterjee as well on it.
Sure. So I think if you look at where we are and where we are going forward, I think it's important we recognize the kind of skills which are needed in the next few years and what kind of technology gaps which we need to kind of address. And I'm an engineer myself. I did 25 years ago. But if you're an engineer entering college, I think you have to future-proof against AI. You need to have a better understanding of how the renewable power is going to change our ecosystem around us. And there are two things which I would say a young person or a mid-career person needs to look at in developing a skill set. First is manufacturing. India is going to massively scale up manufacturing. That's the way to go. That will underpin the growth in our country and also in renewable sector and infrastructure. So understanding the manufacturing process, having that vocational skill and the technical skills to be able to work in a plant and have that high quality output will differentiate both the manufacturing sector of India, but also make sure that provides a more sustainable career growth. And the second skill set, which will become very important, is understanding technology, especially digital technology. I think it's important that digital is pervasive across everything we do. It has to become part and parcel of how we do projects. Understanding digital tools, making sure that we are able to use the advantages which are implicit into real-life applications to improve productivity is going to really become a core differentiation and core requirement for our sector. Talking about technology and solutions you talked about, I think if you look at where we are, I mean, our supply chain today is not localized. We are still importing a lot of capital goods from outside the country. We are still depending on some of the neighboring countries as well. We need to get out of that. We need to definitely promote R&D. We need to look at making very precise technology and manufacturing investments to make sure that we localize our supply chain. If I talk about renewable, I think when it comes to solar plants, each of the equipment which goes into it, like the solar panels, the technology needed to improve the efficiency of solar panels, and even the new technologies which will come, which will potentially improve efficiency, have to come from our country. The wind turbines, India will have a huge advantage with such a vast country. We have access to abundant wind. We need to get ahead of the curve and improve our technologies there. We need to look at battery technologies. We need to, if a young engineer out there, batteries will become immersive. A lot of research work and work needs to go there to both localize and improve efficiency and cost of how battery storage will come into play. And then digital and AI, I think, lo and behold, I think infrastructure will be a big consumer of digital technology. And, we need to take the, implicit strength of our country and bring it to infra as well and improve efficiency and productivity there.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to come in on the technology part of it as to what are the kind of tech breakthroughs we should hope for?
Technology is important, but I'm going to take a step back and say that the bulk of fresh infrastructure in this country will happen in urban areas or semi-urban or peri-urban areas. Right. It's a fact of life that in a society that is gradually migrating from a rural existence and migrating wholesale to cities. The problem is that at the core of fresh infra or even redoing existing infra is this profession called master planning. We have some eminent architects sitting here. Gurpreet is there, and I'm sure there are many others in the room. The master planning of our urban agglomerations is a vastly underrated profession and practice. And we are suffering because of that. And this is not to blame either I think all sections of society are responsible. The political class, the bureaucratic class that run town and country planning offices or city master plans, or even civil society that does not stand up to say that you cannot build unless there is an approved master plan which has a societal sanction. We have failed as a country to appreciate the profession and practice of scientific master planning of our urban agglomerations. If you are planning a suburban, if you are planning and giving permissions for buildings, townships, factories, ports, airports, how many times are you factoring in effluent disposal, solid waste management, last mile connectivity on transportation, and all the parking and all these issues which are often coming after the development is over once you face a crisis. So the point I'm trying to make is that it is about time that the urban ministry set up a very strong practice, permeate it down to state levels to say that India requires a separate recognition, profession, practice, and implementation of world-class urban planning standards, period.
Indeed, and that's a long-standing demand that citizens now want that policymakers should be addressing. I'm afraid I'm completely out of time. It's a fascinating discussion, many threads still left, but I guess that's the whole point. During the course of this evening, we will try and touch upon remaining aspects of this discussion. Thank you so much to this panel, and a big round of applause for this wonderful panel. And let's get a photograph, please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Fascinating conversation over there, looking at technology, looking at so much that we need to do when it comes to looking at sustainable infrastructure development in India with the road at 2047. We've got so much more to talk about this evening on this program. We've got our keynote address coming up as well with Mr. Pranav Adani. Before that, I'd like to invite all of you over here to join us for a high tea, after which the best part of the evening, I assure you, the Infrashakti Awards will be coming up. And of course, we'll be speaking to our guests of honor, the ministers, Nitin Gadkari, the leaders, Hardeep Singh Puri, and Sarbananda Sonowal. All of that comes up in a little while from now. So do join us for high tea, ladies and gentlemen.
Infrashakti Awards themselves that will honor and celebrate change makers who are contributing to India's growth story. The individuals or institutions who've made a significant difference to the infrastructure space, improving connectivity, livability, or sustainability. So welcome once again to the NDTV Infrashakti Awards.
Now, among our nominees are individuals, institutions, and projects who've innovated on smart solutions, created resilient infrastructure. They've transformed lives through engineering feats, and that's something we're going to be talking about. Come, come. How's it going, Ed? All well, huh? Huh? Yeah, bye. It's all talk.
कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाया। दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं। दुनिया में कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं, हमने पहुंचा दी। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तब भी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं। दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। बातें उठी सीमेंट सेक्टर में हम कभी स्ट्रांग नहीं बन सकते, तो हमने सुना नहीं, बन के दिखाया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं। दुनिया में कुछ लोग दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। सवाल उठे एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली गैस सब तक कैसे पहुंचेगी, हमने पहुंचा दी। कहा तो ये भी गया पैकेज फूड बिजनेस हमसे नहीं हो पाएगा, लेकिन हमने कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं। दुनिया में कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं। दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं। दुनिया में
वन ठीक है, वन ठीक है.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us this evening. The best part of the NDTV Infrashakti Awards 2024 is still to come. Our keynote address. We've got the ministers Hardeep Singh Puri. We've got Nitin Gadkari as well, who will be joining us in a little while. Also Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal. And the announcement of the winners and why they've been picked. In just a few moments, I'll be in conversation with Amit Singh, the CEO of Adani Green Energy, on the future technologies and development and the future of the green energy sector. That's coming up. So I do invite all of you to be seated so that we can get underway in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. As I just said, the best part of the evening is about to get started. You are at the 2024 NDTV Infrashakti Awards, and I thought it would be interesting to have a conversation with Amit Singh, the CEO of Adani Green Energy, on a couple of key points that he was talking about. Sustainable green energy transition, some of the key technologies involved. This is an area where India is a world leader. And the roadmap ahead is something that we all need to look ahead at in discussing India's infra growth, our infra potential going up to 2047. Amit Singh, if you can join me for this conversation. Come. Thank you. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for speaking to us. When it comes to India's green energy transition, it is at one level profoundly technology-based. And I was just fascinated by one point that you mentioned when you were speaking earlier today, when you spoke about windmill technology in India and the abundance of the potential that exists. Could you tell us, A, about the potential and B, about the evolving technology?
Sure. I think maybe let me take a step back and maybe give you a bit of a sense of how renewable power works, right? We have a lot of good resources of solar radiation. We have wind, which typically blows. And if you look at the hours when the wind blows at a higher velocity, it is usually in the morning and evenings. And we benefit from good wind in the coastal areas of the country, onshore, and offshore also in south of India and west of India, we have a good wind potential which we can harness. So what it does, when you combine wind with solar, you are able to complement each other and give a firm kind of a power for most of the day and evenings where you have peak demand. And when you look at solving the power demand for night time, there is a requirement for storage, large volume storage, large scale storage solutions. And if you look at the technologies and opportunities we have in the country, what comes to mind is the pump storage as the big scale solution which our country needs to work on. And we have quite a few places in India where we have this opportunity of geographical opportunity where we have a head of 500 or 600 meters where you can store water in one of the reservoirs and then recycle it in the evening. So you can produce power late night and supply, the solar power and put the water in the top reservoir. So this is the context we are trying to solve for. Now, the key technologies, if you look at this solution, which are required for green energy, I think the very first one is solar panels. Solar panels today, if you look at, how they are made, and from molecular level to getting to solar panels, we need to look at polysilicon, we need to look at lots of components which go into it. And that entire supply chain and the evolution of supply chain needs to be established in the country. When it comes to wind, I think the wind, a lot of these technologies are very classical in nature, like the turbine has been in many, many years. But how can we make it more efficient? How can we look at the blade design and the aerodynamics around it to make it more efficient so we can reduce the cost of generation?
Sure. Another key aspect in this is energy storage itself.
Yeah.
It seems to me that, for the last several years, we've hit a real roadblock in terms of battery technology. Yes, efficiencies have improved. We've seen lithium-ion batteries and the potential over there. But A, it's very expensive. B, the size of batteries increases dramatically as you want storage capacity to actually go up. Do you see this as being a fundamental challenge to which we haven't yet got a real breakthrough? And if we are looking at future technologies to work through this problem, what would those technologies be?
Yeah, look, I think batteries are evolving very fast. If your understanding of battery was 6 months old, then it's too old. If you look at the price of lithium chemistry batteries, they have reduced quite significantly. And that's also being witnessed in many of the auctions and tenders which are happening in India. So one thing is very clear, that batteries are becoming economically feasible now for large-scale storage solutions. But again, they are not as competitive as pump storage. So when it comes to the context of our own country, I think we will prioritize pump storage as a way towards solving for large-scale storage solutions. But talking of batteries itself, we need to look at the chemistry, look at the supply chain, the mining of lithium, if we are talking about LFP battery systems. But there are other battery systems as well which could potentially evolve, whether it is nickel hydride, zinc, or sodium-ion batteries. And each of these require different tweaks and configuration and technology innovation to bring the overall cost down. But we need to look at supply chain really from molecular level. Otherwise, we'll miss a trick as we transition into green future.
I had a very basic question. The Adani Group has dozens of square kilometers of solar fields, and that's just set to expand. Many of these are in arid and semi-arid areas, where the buildup of dust and sand reduces efficiencies dramatically. How exactly do you deal with dust and sand?
No, good question. And I think a conventional way of solving for cleaning solar panel has been using water and using water and manual cleaning processes, which used to be done in 15 days time or 30 days based on different cycles. But we have chosen to be more sustainable, and we have adopted automatic technologies. So we have a robotic cleaning system, and these are automated machines which are self-charging, so they charge during the day, and they operate during the night, where they go and walk over the entire solar panel array and clean it up, ready for production in the morning.
And square kilometers, I mean, dozens of square kilometers are cleaned by robots. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. I mean, we have a plant which is covering 5 times the area of Paris. You can't imagine humans or any kind of way of doing that in an arid area where water is also not available in abundance. So the sustainable way is to use these dry brushes, which are mounted on robots, and they clean the entire solar panel. So we get very high efficiency, and we're very happy and satisfied with the results we have.
How are you able to track and monitor the efficiencies of individual solar panels? There would be lakhs of them. Are you able to, for example, observe them real time? And how do you ensure that they're all working efficiently? Because you have certain goals in terms of the season, obviously, but you're feeding a certain grid. You can't be too high or too low. So the efficiency of each panel or sets of panels is critical. How do you maintain that?
Look, you're absolutely right. I think we make a forecast on how much production can come from each of these panels, but it's not possible for any manual intervention. So what we have done is we've invested in digitalizing each of these solar arrays, where we've installed different IoT sensors, which are installed on each of these solar panels. And we're aggregating all of that data in real time. And using AI and machine learning, we're able to see the usual pattern of production, which happens on a daily basis, and then detect any anomalies against any historical benchmarks and patterns, which allows us to kind of be very precise in how we look for maintenance, so that a maintenance engineer in the evening can go and exactly go to the pinpointed problem and solve for that. So we are able to kind of optimize our resource allocation in such a way that using these digital technologies, we are able to kind of become very, very efficient. And I think now we're going to even get better with digital twin and ability to model these at large scale, where we can detect more engineering problems, which were previously diagnosed through multiple levels of laboratory test. But using AI and data patterns, we are able to now detect them without those fancy laboratory tests also.
Yeah. And the larger picture over here, and this is one of my final questions, is that as we keep expanding our solar potential and as we keep expanding our wind potential, and these are just 2 areas, you deal with many other areas as well, how are we working towards realizing India's environmental goals and moving towards less emission and ultimately no emissions?
No, look, I think solar and wind are going to be the most cost economical ways of fueling energy demand for our country. And doing at scale further reduces the cost and makes it more viable for any kind of industrial application. And as we look ahead of us, as the digital age is looming ahead of us, I mean, if you look at AI computing, which is going to grow at a large scale, it's going to be fueled by power, and it has to be green power. If you look at large-scale applications outside in manufacturing, that requires a lot of power and energy, and it has to be fueled by green power, which will be, I would say, locally produced, because, as you know, in India, we don't have oil and gas resources, and we've been importing a lot of fossil fuels from outside. So this is also going to reduce our reliance on outside countries and make us more energy independent. And it will absolutely transform our economy.
Yeah. One of the areas that must be a concern for you, because whenever we talk about infrastructure and India's infrastructure potential, there is the entire issue of securing it, physically and otherwise. When you use the word AI, what struck me is that there are those with interests which aren't ours. Therefore, protecting the integrity of our systems, protecting against hacks, because these are factors which exist across the world now. Is that a huge concern for you?
No, absolutely. I think, as we become more digital, I think cybersecurity is absolutely in the top 3 risks which we manage, and making sure that we have a very, substantial protection against any, any malfeasance or any rogue attack. We have multiple layers of security, and we very frequently test it and make sure that it is absolutely secure. And we design it from the ground up using the best science and technology, and very proud of the team which we have working on this, and they have made sure that, it's one of the best in the world. Also, physical security also is an issue. So we are using, because these are very large land parcels, and you can't have humans driving around.
Exactly.
So we have autonomous drones which fly around, detecting any human movement
Sure.
in the border areas, and then they broadcast those video signals back to the command center. So then again, we can be very precise in intervention.
Fascinating speaking to you, Amit Singh. The potential of India, when it comes to certain technologies that you're looking at in meeting our infrastructure goals, our energy requirements, absolutely profound. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much indeed. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I'll just grab that. Great. Nope. Come. We'll just get started with the rest of our programming in just the next couple of minutes. Fascinating conversation there about some key technologies which certainly fascinate me. But in terms of India's growth and our infra plans, renewables are so very important. We've got our keynote address coming up in just the next couple of minutes. I'd invite all of you to be with us. We'll get started in the next 2 or 3 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to get started once again. I'd like to thank Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri for being with us. Thank you very much, sir. We'll see you in conversation in just a few moments. But at this stage, I'd like to invite up on stage Mr. Pranav Adani, Managing Director, Agro Oil and Gas, and Director of the Adani Enterprises, to deliver the keynote address at the NDTV Infrashakti Awards. Mr. Adani, please.
Honorable Union Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Hardeep Singh Ji Puri Ji, winners of the Infrashakti Awards, distinguished leaders, administrators, and captains of industry, and my dear friends. Good evening. It is an honor and a privilege to address such a distinguished audience at the NDTV Infrashakti Awards 2024, an event where we celebrate the transformative power of infrastructure in our nation's development. First of all, congratulations to all the winners. Your presence here is a proud recognition of the work that you do and of the great contributions several generations of India's infrastructure creators have made to the growth and development of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, human history, whether ancient or modern history, shows us beyond doubt that infrastructure is the fundamental key to all the progress. It is the foundation on which every developed and developing society is built, and it is the foundation that enables economic growth, improves quality of life, and ensures sustainable development. As our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji reminded us, robust infrastructure is often recognized as the primary growth engine for a developing nation. India's progress is directly influenced by how strong the backbone of the country's infrastructure is. Here, the understated point is that in any country, the development of sustainable infrastructure is inseparably tied to how the government approaches this vital sector. In India, the government's focus on infrastructure development is very clear. And this is evident in its decision to raise the infra funding by a 16% to over 11 lakh crore rupees in this financial year. Also significant is the fact that the annual spending on national infrastructure has tripled in the last 5 years. However, creating infrastructure is far from easy. And as a member of the Adani Group, which has infrastructure creation at its core, let me tell you that creating sustainable infrastructure is even more difficult. Even at its fundamental level, whether in India or abroad, the infrastructure journey is full of challenges. Let me illustrate my point with two examples. One, in India, the most well-known example is the USBRL, the Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla rail project in Jammu and Kashmir, which was launched some 30 years ago by the then Prime Minister, P.V. Narasimha Rao. Years have passed, but very little happened. And here, I must give full credit to the current central government. In less than a decade, over 60% of this incredibly challenging project has been completed, and work on the remaining section is progressing at a very fast pace. This is, by any measure, an amazing achievement, as it is one of the most difficult railway projects globally. Another example that highlights the challenges in infrastructure creation is the high-speed train line between San Francisco and Los Angeles. This was first proposed in the year 2008. 16 years later, the Americans have spent close to $10 billion. That's 80,000 crores rupees, in excess of that, but not even a single track has been laid. I cited these examples as cautionary tales. Infrastructure development, by its very nature, is ambitious. One has to be prepared for unexpected setbacks, from ballooning cost to all kind of interference. Complexity and unpredictability are inherent in mega infrastructure projects. Such experiences underscore the need for robust planning, transparent execution, and resilience in the face of challenges. Perhaps that is why very few entrepreneurs have dared to take on the challenges of infrastructure development. Our chairman, Shri Gautambai Adani, once recollected that he took up infrastructure development as a responsibility after seeing on one of his travels abroad how much India was lagging behind the world in sustainable, high-quality infrastructure. And although he knew it would not be easy, he was determined to stay the course. In the late 1990s, when he decided to build ports, terminals, and power plants, he already knew what lay ahead. One of the advertisements from 1998 had this line in it: "We know it will mean taking on giant odds, facing huge challenges, and solving immense problems. Yet we went ahead because we knew what we were up against and we were ready." At the Adani Group, we learned our lessons early. Our own 3-decade infrastructure journey has taught us a lot. And let me summarize 3 of the most important lessons for the benefit of all. First, it is important to be aligned with national policies and priorities. A perfect illustration would be the PM Gati Shakti scheme, the National Integrated Master Plan that lays the foundation for India's overall infrastructure development. It broadly prioritizes India's needs in 7 sectors, namely roads, railways, airports, ports, mass transport systems, waterways, and logistic infrastructure. To us, the sensible way forward is to be aligned with these national priorities. If we build what India needs, we can better navigate the complexities and, as a result, build faster, build bigger, and build more efficiently. Second, we must have a strong talent bench in place with the technical expertise and competencies to manage and execute large and complex projects. The third lesson is that infrastructure creation requires long-term vision to anticipate both domestic and global trends. In our case, Shri Gautam Adani saw very early on that the world would need to phase down thermal power, and as a part of energy transition, and that is why we decided to get into renewables, not only as an alternative, but also as an equitable way to stay on course for the global energy transition. Today, that long-term vision has made us India's largest private producer of both thermal and green energy. Our drive to create sustainable infrastructure has also led us to become the nation's leading ports and logistic company. Alongside thermal generation, we are also the largest private operator and transmitter and distributor of electricity. We are also the largest private producer in transmission, distribution of electricity, plus also the green energy generation. And we are working our way towards becoming the world's #1 in renewable. One of the projects at our renewable site we are also executing is in Khavda, the Khavda Renewable Energy Park, which will generate in excess of 30 gigawatts of clean power from solar to wind. The installation, a modern monument to energy sustainability, covers several hundred square kilometers and is the world's largest renewable energy project. And we are humbled by this opportunity to build this massive symbol of national pride and sustainable infrastructure. Another massive challenge we have taken on is the redevelopment of Dharavi. It is the largest urban regeneration project in the world. To us, Dharavi project is not just about building hundreds of thousands of new homes. To us, this project is about restoring dignity of living. It is about fulfilling 1 million aspirations, and it is about providing a vastly improved quality of life. In Dharavi, our approach reflects our dedication to inclusive growth and our belief that to benefit society, infrastructure should outlast the present and be sustainable in the long run. NDTV's Infrashakti Awards is a positive advance in this direction. These awards recognize the multifaceted aspects of sustainable infrastructure development. By honoring these trailblazers, we not only acknowledge their diverse contribution, but also inspire future generations to become changemakers capable of building a resilient and prosperous nation. I congratulate NDTV and the InfraVision Foundation for institutionalizing the Infrashakti Awards and for organizing this national event. I see this as a vital platform that calls attention to the vastly understated importance of infrastructure in taking India forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. We look forward to continuing our humble contribution to help the country achieve even greater heights. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the NDTV Infrashakti Awards to be given out. But before that, we get to the Jury Awards and the People's Choice Award. We start with the NDTV Special Awards. The first of them is for Infrastructure Financier. Now, we all know infrastructure is the heart of the economy and of growth. And rapid infrastructure development is one of the ways in which a country can take advantage of economic opportunities. Since infrastructure is such a high priority area for development, financing of infrastructure projects is equally important. We cannot recognize the efforts of those who create infrastructure without recognizing those who make it possible financially. To present the award, I would like to now invite up on stage Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji. The NDTV Special Award for Infrastructure Financier goes to the State Bank of India. To receive the award, may I invite on stage Mr. Gulshan Malik, Deputy Managing Director of SBI.
Congratulations to all of you. And a quick question to Mr. Malik. The State Bank of India obviously works at so many levels. But in terms of funding infrastructure development in India, could you tell us a little bit about the role of SBI?
Respected Honorable Cabinet Minister Hardeep Puri ji and other distinguished guests, I am overwhelmed at receiving this award from the Hardeep Puri ji on behalf of State Bank of India. It recognizes the efforts made by State Bank of India in financing infrastructure projects across the country. We in State Bank of India believe that our Government of India has chosen infrastructure development as an engine for the development of this country and taking this country as a developed country under the Amrit Kal. And we also recognize that how we can also play a role in that.
Right.
And we are also building capability, because what we feel in the next 4 to 5 years, the way the projects are being plugged, and in the last 10-15 years, the overall, the structure has been built to take this forward, and in that, the government has also spent a lot of money through their budgetary support and created the infrastructure for the PPP also.
Right.
So that will help us also in development of that, and we in State Bank of India have build the capability. So whenever any such projects are coming, how we can take it forward. And in the last 2 years, we have funded a lot of, I will say the 2 or 3 green the airports. We have funded greenfield airports. We have funded greenfield ports. We have funded greenfield
across
metros.
the field.
We
It's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for coming here, and congratulations once again, sir, for winning this award. Mr. Puri, I request you to be on the stage.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
I will just add
a
one
small
line.
group photograph, if we can.
I will just add one line.
Yes, sir, please.
This award will inspire us to do more, how we can be a partner for taking this country to a developed nation, a Viksit Bharat.
Absolutely.
We feel honored, sir.
Absolutely. Infrastructure
Come, sir.
is the backbone,
Please.
and financing is
Thank
the
you,
very
sir.
heart of it.
Thank you very much indeed. Please, Mr. Puri, be on stage with us for a moment.
Yes, Steve.
As we move on to our
Next
next award, which is truly a very special award. It's an award that honors and celebrates the extraordinary career of a man whose exceptional contributions to the nation have earned him the reputation of being a transformative force in Indian infrastructure. Take a look at this story.
Popularly known as the Metro Man or Railway Man of India, E. Sridharan is credited with changing the way India travels by train through his leadership in building 2 of his best-known projects, Konkan Railway and the Delhi Metro. His expertise, discipline and foresight ensured that almost all the projects were completed ahead of schedule. He was the Deputy Chief Engineer of India's first ever metro in Kolkata, building it from scratch and showing what contemporary urban development could look like. Later, it was under E. Sridharan's leadership that Cochin Shipyard launched its first ship, Rani Padmini. It was as Chairman and Managing Director of Konkan Railway that he pulled off one of the most difficult railway projects in some of the toughest terrain in India, with innovative methods and novel technologies. The crowning achievement of E. Sridharan's legacy remains the Delhi Metro. Its flawless execution triggered India's metro revolution. For being a transformative force in Indian infrastructure, E. Sridharan has been awarded the Padma Shri and the Padma Vibhushan, along with many other national and international awards. E. Sridharan's success stories have become railway engineering benchmarks, and he's considered the Masiha of new age infrastructure projects. The recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award for Connecting India, E. Sridharan.
A big round of applause. Mr. Sridharan couldn't join us today, but receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award on his behalf, Anuj Dayal, Executive Director of the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation.
Yes. Mr. Dayal, this is a recognition of the kind of efforts that Mr. Sridharan have made in the last so many decades. A word that you would like to say on his behalf, sir?
Yes, it's a real honor. Mr. Sridharan could not make it. He's 92 years now.
Yes.
But he has been in regular touch. And he's very grateful for this award. And he has sent a message, which I would like to read out. He's in Kochi at the moment. His message is, I am grateful to NDTV for choosing me for the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award. This is a great honor and recognition to me. I had the opportunity and good fortune to execute a large number of prestigious projects for our beloved country. What enabled me to successfully execute projects like the 760 kilometers long Konkan Railway from Bombay to Mangalore, Delhi Metro, and many other metro projects, earning me the nickname Metro Man of India, all of which was due to the unique work culture I was able to instill in all these organizations I had headed. The cardinal pillar of this work culture are integrity, innovation, technical perfection, safety at work sites, and above all, determination and total commitment to serve our beloved country. Therefore, my success was due to my colleagues who had worked with me in these organizations. I therefore accept this prestigious award on behalf of all my colleagues who had helped me in these projects. If our country has to be an ideal developed country by 2040, as envisaged by our Prime Minister, many infrastructural projects have to be taken up. We should be able to execute our projects in time, with nature and with sustainability. For this, not merely technical competence and financial resources are needed, but a unique work culture with dharmic values. Our construction industry has to rise to the occasion as well. I must compliment NDTV and their knowledge partner, the Infra Vision Foundation, for the endeavor and campaign to promote equitable and sustainable infrastructure development in our country. Jai Hind.
I'd request you, sir, to receive the award from the Honorable Minister. You already? Yes. Thank you very much. And just a quick question, Mr. Dayal, before you leave. Dealing with somebody like Mr. Sridharan, the man with such a huge reputation, when it all started out, the Delhi Metro was relatively small. It is now absolutely huge, and it's going to be one of the largest in the world by the time it becomes larger. Did he ever foresee that it was going to become as large as it is, to cater to the lakhs every day, as he did?
To be very honest, there were a lot of skeptics at the beginning. People were very doubtful whether this project could be executed on time. And I would say that I had the good fortune of working with a gentleman for 14 years, and I would consider those 14 years as meditation. It was something which as a Delhiite, I can be really proud of. Something which is very important for our city. And our Honorable Minister has also been guiding us for the last few years.
In fact, Mr. Puri, you dealt with him as well, worked very closely with him. Could you tell us a little bit about that experience?
No, I had the privilege of being Housing and Urban Affairs Minister for 7 years, 7 long years. And during this period, Delhi Metro witnessed phenomenal growth. The entire metro system in India, which is now about 965 kilometers or so. But Delhi Metro, which is Delhi and the National Capital Region, should be about 240.
We are almost 400 kilometers.
Already 400. I'm count outside Delhi also, if you count. Now, clearly, I arrived on the scene when the Metro Man had already, in a sense, formally retired, but he was always available as a guiding spirit, somebody you could turn to. And I think the skepticism which my friend is mentioning, that arose essentially from the fact that you were dealing with a large number of stakeholders, some in the private sector, some elsewhere, the government, and to undertake a project of this scale. Yes. Today, I think Delhi Metro, again, I'm speaking from a few days old knowledge, had over 65, 70 lakh daily ridership. Yes, Now, the total ridership in India is about 1 crore or so, out of which 65, 70 lakhs of ridership is
in one city.
Is
one
this
project.
not Delhi, but around Delhi, etc. But it's growing. And the fact is that you are in the process of developing a world-class urban transport system called the metro. And I think if you look at the projects I'm aware of which have timelines, within the next 2 or 3 years, we would have surpassed South Korea and Japan and the United States. And then after China, India will be the second largest urban metro system in the world. Now, where did it start? And that is where we are honoring a person, the metro man. I have nothing but the highest of respect for him.
Absolutely.
I can tell you very often in those 7 years, I turned to him for advice which could not be sought even formally. You know, I said, how do you address something like that?
Yep.
Because he calls it, 14 years of meditation. But I call it, my 7 years, I turned to him. We had hiccups, we had challenges to go to. And I think this, sorry, I hope I don't sound this thing, but I go to a lot of these functions. This Lifetime Achievement Award is truly well deserved.
No, it is
Thank
indeed.
you so much for that recognition. Yes.
Gauri?
Yes. Now for the NDTV Infrashakti Jury Awards.
Thank you, sir.
And the first one this evening is for Renewable Energy Star. And the nominees in this category are
Pankaj Kumar and Siddhant Agarwal of Quant Solar for creating floating solar plants installed on water bodies such as dams and reservoirs, where they can restrict evaporation loss up to 70% while meeting national solar goals. Indie Energy for creating sodium-ion batteries from agricultural waste, offering a viable alternative to lithium-ion batteries and reducing India's dependence on scarce elements like lithium, cobalt or nickel. Vimal Panjwani and Shobha Chanchalani of Agri Vijay for making farmers energy independent by providing over 350 energy products varying from solar water pumps to biogas digesters. They have mitigated 10,000 tons of CO2 and treated more than 1.5 lakh tons of animal and farm waste. Ashutosh Verma, Exalta India, for creating several innovative products using less energy, among them India's first solar-based direct current air conditioner. These air conditioners can operate with just 2 kilowatts of solar power, marking a significant advancement in sustainable cooling technology.
Mr. Puri, if you could do the honors with the envelope, sir.
Yes, sir. And announce the winner. Here you go, sir.
And the winner is Renewable Energy Star Pankaj Kumar and Siddhant Agarwal, Quant Solar.
Renewable Energy Star, Quant Solar Technologies, specializes in innovative renewable energy solutions, notably pioneering floating solar technology. These floating solar plants, installed on water bodies such as dams and reservoirs, can restrict evaporation loss up to 70% while also generating electricity, contributing to renewable energy targets. For creating floating solar plants with its advantages of water conservation, enhanced energy efficiency, saving precious land for better utility, and synergy with existing hydroelectric infrastructure. The Infrashakti Award for Renewable Energy Star goes to Pankaj Kumar and Siddhant Agarwal.
Congratulations to both of you. How does this award motivate you? What next milestone that Quant Solar would look to achieve from here?
First of all, it's an honor to be here, and we are deeply grateful to Infra Vision Foundation for recognizing our efforts in clean energy space. We both were settled in Singapore. We returned back to India. We wanted to do something for India because India was the place, the best place in the world, which was creating the opportunity for people like us to do something more and adding to the innovation and engineering, new engineering. And that's how we got into the floating solar. And we always had a conviction that any technology is good only if it can solve multiple challenges. And that's why floating solar, we were very convinced about, because it could save land, it could save water, it could generate better electricity, and it leaves zero footprint after its life cycle of 25 years. So we had a very humble beginning. We started with a small pilot project in a remote village of Assam, and then we got an opportunity to do something on a bigger scale, India's first floating solar plant of megawatt scale. And now government is so proactive in this space. Government of India is doing so many things that today a gigawatt scale of opportunity is building up in India alone. And we are very proud that we are a part of this effort here.
And we are very proud that you're winners over here. Thank you both very much. If we can just take a quick photograph.
Quick picture. Yes.
Come. Please, Mr. Puri, why don't you come down and we'll have you up in a little bit, in just a bit as we just organize our set. Thank you. All right, a very warm welcome to the Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. We're delighted that he could join us here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can just request all of you to take your seats as we get started with the next part of our session this evening. May I now invite my colleague, our Executive Editor dealing with National Affairs, Maria Shakil, to join us for a conversation with the Minister, Mr. Hardeep Puri. Thank you, sir, very much for once again coming up on stage. Maria, it's over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Infrashakti Award. With me is someone who has been at the helm of the crucial petroleum and natural gas ministry since 2021, sir? And
three years almost to the day.
Yes. And he has helmed it at a time which has been most challenging, from COVID-19 to a live conflict in Ukraine, Russia. And so every time there has been a discussion around petroleum, you have often said that cess is used for infrastructure development. Since we are at the Infra Awards, I want to highlight that aspect because in Parliament you spoke about the number of highways that are built because of that cess. So could you elaborate on that idea?
Let me summarize the situation as I see it. I mean, before I joined or was associated with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, my understanding of how the energy sector operates was very preliminary. And I was under the impression that our public sector units, which are large in scale, were essentially like, if I may be allowed to say this, I've been a bureaucrat myself for 39 years, bureaucratic outfits where the work culture, you were talking about that in the context of the Lifetime Achievement Award, that, people do that, these people are not really clued to what the nation's requirements are. I'll just give you one statistic. The profit of the OMCs are the oil marketing companies, which are the central public sector enterprises. Profit after tax, this year was 1,59,000 crores. Now, where was the earlier perception of what the PSUs are? There was one company called BPCL. When I joined as petroleum minister, one of the things that struck me as very odd, anyone I met anywhere in the world wanted to buy BPCL. And I said, if everybody wants to buy BPCL, surely we have to look at why they want to sell it. Who wanted to sell it? So I went into those things and I discovered that the price at which they had almost finalized the deal, I just got up in Parliament and one day and I said, BPCL is not for sale right now. And the profit that BPCL has made in 3 quarters of the financial year, which is concluded, was more than the price for which they were selling it. And we would have had a first-class problem on our hands if we had that. So today, India consumes something like, I used to give a figure of 5 million barrels of crude oil a day. I read a figure this morning which said it's 5.21 million barrels of crude oil a day. We have a refining capacity of 256 or 260 million metric tons per annum, which we're taking up to 300. No matter which way you look at it, if you look at the green energy, the transition, biofuels, Gadkari ji is here. I mean, he's one of the strong driving forces. I mean, he's very senior, so he can say things. I have to be a little cautious. But look at the 15% transition we have done. Last month, we did 15% biofuel blending, 15%. And you're solving a problem in agriculture through the energy route. If you look at green hydrogen, I'm a little coy talking about it. All this infrastructure we talk about, I think in the beginning you mentioned a figure of 11 lakh crores, which is the government provisioning. What the private sector does is over and above that. 11 lakh crores was a figure in the interim budget, which showed a 30% increase every year. But to see what the private sector... So India is on the move. India is changing. Insofar as energy is concerned, our trilemma, our challenge has been availability. Nowhere in the country in the last 2-3 years was there a shortage. Availability was a affordability. No matter what my friends in the विपक्ष में जो वो हमारे जो मित्र लोग हैं वो कहते हैं बड़ा महंगा हो गया अरे this is the only country in the world where petrol prices have come down and if you compare it to what's happening in South Asia, North America, if you look at the transition and other things, green hydrogen, the kind of work which is being done is phenomenal. So my submission to you is infrastructure. When you talk about energy, you're not just talking about the kind of infrastructure, physical buildings, etc. You're also talking about, you have put in 11,000 distributors for Ujjwala in rural areas. Today, your development, your thrust into biofuels, into the rural space, all that. If you look at much of this is you're rendering services. That is also an infrastructure dimension, which sometimes is not captured when you talk about. I mean, just now you gave an award to somebody who's doing solar. Well, if you can demonstrate, as we have, that you can bring the cost of solar down from 25 cents to 3 cents, and you have an electrolyzer, you've got green hydrogen. And the people making green hydrogen, I saw BPCL do it in India Energy Week. Yesterday, somebody in the private sector came to say, कि मैंने भी बना लिया, और मैंने कहा बनाना काफी नहीं है, scale करो इसको. ये 1-2 megawatt, 5 megawatt, ये तो चलने का नहीं. But we are now on the cusp of some really historic things. And you talked about Ukraine, and I don't go into specifics, but I can tell you, today I can say with confidence that if you consume 5 million barrels a day or 6 million, you can actually play the buyers or the market card. They need to sell to you, because if you don't buy, there are not too many other places which can buy.
Okay, since you spoke about the 3 mantras, the third one is sustainability. Affordability, availability, and sustainability. That is the philosophy of your government. But is it really becoming unaffordable and unavailable? The reason why I'm saying is because you spoke about your political opponents. Your political opponents say the cylinder is becoming expensive. The infrastructure growth is actually coming at the cost of poor's everyday livelihood concerns.
Balak buddhi pe mat dekho. I'm telling you something. I'm telling you something. Cylinder has never been cheaper than now. I mean, what is cylinder? Let's be very clear. What is a cylinder? Okay? It's also produced from crude oil, okay? What are we doing? Ujjwala ke kitne hai bhai? 10 crore, 28 lakh hai. Where is Rasal? Somewhere here. 10 crores, 28 lakhs was the last figure I remember. 10 crores, 28 lakhs, the correct figure. What is the price of an Ujjwala cylinder to Ujjwala recipient? You have something like 12 cylinders available. The consumption has gone up to 4 cylinders, I think, on an average per every Ujjwala card. And he's buying a cylinder at what? 500 rupees? 500 rupees for a cylinder, and you get that expensive. Contrast that with what these characters did in that time. They had, they were in office from 2004 and 14. They wanted to bring prices down. And Mariaji, what they did was, a very educated finance minister, he floated something called oil bonds. The oil bonds floated were for 1,41,000 crores, and poor chaps like me and my predecessor and my successor, they have to pay back 3,20,000 crores. You know, you don't know how to manage your finances, so you take a loan and then you get your grandchildren to pay for it. This is the kind. So I don't think they're serious. They don't even understand what they're doing. And now that we are on a political strain, I'd have been surprised if you hadn't gone down this road. Because I asked my people, I said, just you want to talk about energy? She said, no, but Maria being Maria will talk politics. Okay, so I'll tell you, let me tell you. There are 2 states. They are the guys who make the most noise. What did they do in Karnataka? They raised fuel prices by 3 rupees a litre. What have they done now in West Bengal? They've done something similar. So now it doesn't require...
But it's good politics. It may be bad economics, but you are also doing the same.
When did we
raising the cess for ensuring you fulfill your policy achievements like infrastructure and others.
There's a fundamental difference. You must be able to see the difference. In our case, Modi ji has proved that good governance is good politics. It's self-sustaining. We are not taking loans in order to make the a commodity or the energy available. We are not passing it on to another generation. By the way, let me also tell you, in one of those states, I don't want to get too specific on that state, they've hired some consultants from Boston, BCG is Boston Consulting Group, and they're telling them how to raise the milk price. I know a lot of my old friends are sitting here who joined the world of business, so I don't want to go further than that. You don't need a consultant from BCG or McKinsey or anywhere. I can tell you, if you got your fundamentals right, you can deliver the goods and services in an economically sustainable way and also achieve transition.
You said and you tweeted, khatakat, bad gayi mehngai. They can also say the same.
How can they say it?
Because you also keep on, you don't have petrol prices in check.
No, hold on. This is fundamentally wrong. Petrol prices and diesel prices in India have not gone up since April 2022. We are in July 2024. And this was happened because on 2 occasions, the Honorable Prime Minister reduced the central excise duty, once in November 21 and second time in May 22. And the BJP states also reduced their VAT, which is opposite of what the other party where they are in prior, because frankly, they have a problem because they are not managing their finances in a this thing. So we are not, look, if we have to provide an objective, and the money that you are collecting, by the way, those OMCs which made 1,59,000 crore profit also pay taxes. So if you're giving 80 crore people 3 meals of dry ration in a day, they are contributing. By the way, the OMCs contribute something like 19% of the country's total revenue.
But sir, the concern is that you often say that the taxation on auto fuels is justified because that money is being spent for infra.
Who says that it's justified? If I were left to me, and if I had Mr. Gadkari as my senior partner, we would have no taxation. But on the other hand, you're part of a reality. You have to raise, finances in order to do the... Look, it's very simple. There are 3 things happening. We are stepping on the E&P in a big way, exploration and production. We are doing biofuel transitioning in a massive way. In 2014, all we had was 1.4, 1.5% of biofuels. Today we are at 15%. We had a target of 20% biofuel blending by 2030. We're going to do it by the end of the ethanol year 2025. Today we are making ethanol or biofuels from a variety of feeds. And I think all those industries are gaining. We are also, yesterday I was talking to how do you bring sweet sorghum into it. We are doing, we are making it biogas and ethanol from 2nd generation, from parali or agricultural waste, you're making it from broken hearts. So there's a lot of work happening, and that is it. The remarkable thing is that the price of fuel at the retail outlet is not going up, except in those states where my friends are, they make a lot of decibel level, but are not able to keep their finances under control.
But then, in that case, the GST Council should act.
Madam, the GST Council operates on the basis of acceptance to everybody. I think I saw a statement by my senior colleague, Nirmala ji, who said that we should. That's as a statement of intent we did. But the finance ministers of those states have to agree to it. Now, I can recall there was an instance where I think the Kerala High Court directed the government, which means finance ministry, to place the GST petrol diesel issue on one of the GST Council meetings. So I think the meeting which took place in Lucknow had it on that, and as anticipated. Now, the reality is most state governments use revenue from fuel, I mean automobile fuel and the other fuel which goes into intoxicants as the major revenue source. So they're reluctant to give it up. I mean, they may say make tall noises otherwise, but they don't give it up.
But sir, this is my last question to you. You have often said that you have managed gas through pipe. What is stopping you from managing water through pipe in
No, we're
Delhi?
doing all that. First of all, since you don't have too much time, and I don't want to take up time when Gadkari ji is sitting here, let me tell you, we are also supplying gas through pipes. The number of clients has gone up 5 times. If I remember correctly, it was 25 lakhs in 2014. It is 1 crore 25 lakhs now. Why is gas through pipes preferable? Because gas through pipes is 30% cheaper than the gas through cylinders. So we're moving on all that. We're making the cylinder cheaper. We are making, by the way, I want to say something which catches attention, as politics. I've learned this also. It's a question of another year and a half. We were able to control gas prices by putting in a base and a ceiling. Now, I think by about 2026 or 7, you will have so much gas that it will become much cheaper for everyone, including our consumers.
No, I'm talking about it in the context of Delhi. You often blame the Aam Aadmi Party government here. What about you taking the call?
I don't blame Aam Aadmi Party for anything. They are capable of self-certification on chaos. They're talking about pipeline, etc. When I was housing minister, I said, yeah, jitna pipeline lagwana main madad kar. They don't do it. They made a mess of the Delhi Jal Board, okay? They made a mess of those, what are they called, mohalla clinics. Are world class, UN ke Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, I worked with him. He said, I've come to see your world class mohalla clinics. Now, out of politeness, I couldn't tell him when I was hosting a dinner for him how world class they are. When we had to face the pandemic, all those compounders who used to sit there, I mean, out of cow sheds, you made mohalla clinics, they all ran away. So this is all, transport service Delhi. Delhi transport service ke batao, 10,000 buses ki sanction hai, and 2,500-3,000 are there. And then my metro expanded, the RRTSO extended, not because the Delhi government, which is a 50% partner, wanted to pay. The Supreme Court directed them to pay. So Maria, my friend, I'll tell you, Delhi mein, I don't have to say anything. They are sitting, many of them enjoying state hospitality, self-certifying the chaos that they are producing.
All right.
Aur liquor policy par pahuncha hi nahi main.
Okay. Your final thoughts for this event?
This event, very good. I always like to honor people. I'm glad I'm here. And I think we've taken more than the Lifetime Achievement Award to somebody like the Metro Man. I mean, Delhi Metro today, or NCRT is what, 400 plus kilometers, nationally 965. You're carrying 65-70 lakh passengers a day. That's real phenomenal. And you will, in a few years' time, have the world's second largest metro system. Then Solar Energy Awards. I am always humbled when I see people like this, and they're all in the private sector driving this change.
Mr. Hardeep Puri, thank you so much for giving your time, especially during the Parliament session. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to welcome to the NDTV Infrashakti Awards Shri Nitin Gadkari, the Minister of Road Transport and Highways.
And I would now like to invite Mr. Sanjay Pogalia, Editor-in-Chief of the NDTV Network, for a conversation with Honorable Minister. Sir.
Sir, come.
Yes.
नमस्कार। इंफ्राशक्ति अवार्ड्स के इस इवेंट में अब सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट और सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग चर्चा हम करने जा रहे हैं यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज श्रीमान नितिन गडकरी जी से। सर, आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला, आपका बहुत शुक्रिया। ये हमारी एक नई पहल है इंफ्रा विजन फाउंडेशन के साथ मिलके कि ग्रास रूट प्रोजेक्ट जो चलाते हैं, बिल्कुल ज़मीन पर लोकल सॉल्यूशन जो ढूंढते हैं और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाते हैं, उनको हम सम्मानित करें। तो उसमें कई हमने बहुत ही रोचक और विशिष्ट प्रोजेक्ट्स उसमें से निकाले हैं जिनको आज हम लोग सम्मानित कर रहे हैं। तो ये तो एक बात है, जाहिर है कि इस पर आपके थॉट बहुत हैं क्योंकि लोकल सॉल्यूशन पे आप भी बहुत ध्यान देते हैं। लेकिन शुरू करते हैं चर्चा को यहाँ से कि अब नए इनिशिएटिव देश में जिस तरह के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की ज़रूरत है वो आप क्या लेने जा रहे हैं?
देखिए, हमारे देश में अभी सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट समस्या हो रही है वो पोल्यूशन की है। एयर पोल्यूशन, वाटर पोल्यूशन एंड साउंड पोल्यूशन इज ए बिग प्रॉब्लम, और दिल्ली के लिए तो बहुत ही भयंकर है। तो पहली बात, इंपोर्ट सब्सटीट्यूट, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, पोल्यूशन फ्री एंड इंडिजीनियस ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम हमको चाहिए। अब विशेष रूप से इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस है, इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर है, इलेक्ट्रिक कार है, अब टैक्सीज बड़े प्रमाण पर इलेक्ट्रिक की आई। जैसे पुरी साहब बता रहे थे कि इन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, मैं उनके पीछे लगा था। इन्होंने हमारे यहाँ जो इथेनॉल है, हम इसके पंप, इंडियन ऑयल 300 पंप लगा रही है, और अब टोयोटो नहीं, सुजुकी, टाटा सब फ्लेक्स इंजन लेके आ रहे हैं। तो 120 रुपये लीटर का पेट्रोल भरने के बजाय 60 रुपीज़ का इथेनॉल डालकर 60% बिजली पे चलेगी और 40% इथेनॉल पर चलेगी। तो एवरेज के हिसाब से पेट्रोल का अगर प्राइस काउंट किया तो 25 रुपये लीटर आता है पेट्रोल का रेट, और पोल्यूशन नहीं है। अब बजाज और टीवीएस और हीरो, इन्होंने सबने इथेनॉल की बाइक बना ली, ऑटो रिक्शा आ गई। अब इसी प्रकार से बायोफ्यूल और अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल में हम लोग बड़े प्रमाण पर जाए, ये पहली बात। दूसरी बात एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को हमको सस्ता करना है। अभी हमारी एक डीजल की बस चलती है तो 115 रुपये किलोमीटर कॉस्ट आती है, और अभी भारत सरकार ने जब सब्सिडी देकर इलेक्ट्रिक बस का टेंडर निकाला था तो 41 रुपीज़ पर किलोमीटर एसी बस का आया था और 37 रुपीज़ पर किलोमीटर नॉन एसी का आया था, पर तब सब्सिडी थी। अभी ऐसी स्थिति आई है कि अब वो साधारणतः विदाउट सब्सिडी 55 से 60 रुपये किलोमीटर आएगी। तो 115 के तुलना में हम टिकट रेट 15 से 20%, 25% कम कर सकते हैं। अब हमने इसमें पहला पायलट प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं नागपुर में, टाटा के साथ कर रहे हैं कि मैं यकोस्लाविया गया था तब स्कोडा में गया था, तो 3 बसेस जोड़कर एक ट्रॉली बस है, 132 लोग उसमें बैठेंगे। ऊपर में जो उन्होंने टाटा ने हिटैची की टेक्नोलॉजी को सिलेक्ट किया है, हमारे नागपुर के रिंग रोड पर वो 49 किलोमीटर घूमेगी दोनों साइड से, और बस स्टॉप पर 40 किलोमीटर पर जाके जब रुकेगी तो 40 सेकंड में वो 40 किलोमीटर के लिए एकदम चार्ज होगी, फिर चलेगी। उसकी कॉस्ट आ रही है 35 से 40 रुपये पर किलोमीटर। अब मैंने उनको सुझाव दिया कि एयर कंडीशन चाहिए, चेयर्स अच्छी चाहिए, एक लैपटॉप सामने चाहिए, और जैसे एयर विशेष रूप से हवाई जहाज़ में एयर होस्टेस होती है, वैसे एक बस होस्टेस भी करे, और लोगों को फ्रूट्स या कोई चाय, ड्रिंक्स वगैरह पैक फूड वो भी बस में मिले। और मैंने जो कैलकुलेशन किया, इस बस का किराया डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% कम होगा। तो ये एकदम चीपर है, और इलेक्ट्रिक अगर वो सोलर पे मिलती है तो और कम हो जाएगा। तो धीरे धीरे पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल एंड बायोफ्यूल, ये हमको करना है। हमारी कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट की बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है। मेरे आग्रह पर जेसीबी ने अपना जेसीबी 50% डीजल और 50% सीएनजी पर बनाया। उनको 1000 जेसीबी का ऑर्डर मिला रशिया में। अभी ट्रैक्टर वाले मेरे पास आए थे, हम यूरो 6 के इमिशन नॉर्म्स लगाने वाले थे। सब ने मुझे प्रॉमिस किया है कि 1 साल के अंदर इथेनॉल पर और मिथेनॉल पर, सीएनजी पर या इलेक्ट्रिक पर हम ट्रैक्टर लॉन्च करेंगे। तो एक किसान के लिए ये ट्रैक्टर आना, यानी उसकी कम से कम साल की 75,000 से 1 लाख रुपए बचत है। अब ड्रोन टैक्सी की बात हो रही है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से फ्यूल में पोल्यूशन न करने वाला फ्यूल और स्वदेशी ईंधन, दूसरी ओर हमारी एग्रीकल्चर को वो सपोर्ट करेगा। मैं पुरी साहब को धन्यवाद दूंगा कि मैं बहुत दिनों से पीछे था, अभी इंडियन ऑयल ने पानीपत में एक प्रोजेक्ट डाला है, वो परली से इथेनॉल बना रहा है 1 लाख लीटर और 150 टन बायोबिटामिन बना रहा है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रोजेक्ट लगभग पूरा हुआ है। वो 76,000 टन बायो एविएशन फ्यूल, हवाई ईंधन, सस्टेनेबल हवाई ईंधन बना रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है तो इससे पोल्यूशन भी कम होगा, इंपोर्ट भी कम होगा। तो वॉट एवर द बेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी विच अवेलेबल इन द वर्ल्ड, मैं अक्सर एक बात का जिक्र करता हूँ जो दोनों इससे ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर से रिलेटेड है कि इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च, स्किल्ड एंड सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस, वी नेम इट एज नॉलेज एंड कन्वर्शन ऑफ नॉलेज इनटू वेल्थ इज द फ्यूचर। तो ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में हम पूरी टेक्नोलॉजी का ट्रांसफॉर्म कर सकते हैं, अब हो रहा है। और दूसरा मेरी आइडिया ये है कि जितने ये म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट है, अभी UR2 में और द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे में हमने 80 लाख टन ये गाजीपुर की टेकड़ी 7 मीटर नीचे लेके गए, पूरा कचरा डाला, अहमदाबाद डोलर अहमदाबाद डाला। अभी एक नया है कि गंदा पानी जो है, सीवेज वाटर, वो शुद्ध करके हम पावर जनरेशन को यूज़ करें। और मथुरा में हमने हाइब्रिड एन्युटी पे सक्सेसफुल प्रोजेक्ट किया, केवल 40% अमाउंट में इंडियन ऑयल वो पानी खरीद रही है। और दूसरा, जो कचरे को सेग्रीगेट करते हैं, जो अभी पुरी साहब ने कहा कि कचरे से जो ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट निकलेगी अगर बायोडाइजेस्टर में जाएगी तो बायोडाइजेस्टर से मीथेन निकलेगा और मीथेन से हम बायो सीएनजी और बायो एलएनजी भी बना सकते हैं या हम हाइड्रोजन में जा सकते हैं। अब ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन ये फ्यूचर है। मेरे पास हाइड्रोजन पे चलने वाली जो गाड़ी है साहब, और हमने उसको लॉन्च किया था, वो गाड़ी का नाम है मिराई, टोयोटो की है। तो मिराई का अर्थ है फ्यूचर। और हमारी ट्रक, हमारी बसेस, हमारी कार, हमारा फ्यूल कोयला और पेट्रोलियम के बजाय अगर हाइड्रोजन बन गया तो हमारा देश ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला नहीं, ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बने। दैट इज टू बी द ड्रीम। तो पोल्यूशन से फ्री, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, यानी डीजल पेट्रोल से 30-40% सस्ता, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि कंज्यूमर का भी उसमें बेनिफिट है, पोल्यूशन से भी मुक्ति है, और इंपोर्ट में हमारे इकोनॉमी पर 16 लाख करोड़ का लगभग फॉसिल फ्यूल का इंपोर्ट है, उसकी बचत है। तो इसको कन्वर्ट करने का काम जोरों में हो रहा है। अब देखो, रेलवे में पहले कोयले के इंजन थे, अब रेलवे बदल गई, फिर आ गया वो डीजल इंजन। अब लगभग रेलवे ने इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन कर दिया और वो भी सोलर पावर तैयार कर रहे हैं। मैं एक कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, वो काम अभी नहीं हुआ, वो MPBS सी प्लेन, मैंने वो प्लेन लाया था, मैं मुंबई में पानी पे उतरा, बाद में मोदी जी भी अहमदाबाद में उन्होंने उसका प्रयोग किया कि जो हवाई पट्टी पे उतरता है और पानी पे उतरता है, और 18 सीटर प्लेन की कीमत ये केवल 18 करोड़ रुपए है। अब भारत सरकार ने उसके रूट भी तैयार किए हैं। अगर उसके लिए इन्वेस्टर मिल जाएंगे तो आप यमुना से उड़ जाएंगे तो ताजमहल के पीछे उतरेंगे 15 मिनट में, 2 घंटे में ताजमहल देखेंगे, फिर वापस आएंगे, फिर इसमें उतरेंगे तो डायरेक्ट यमुना में आएंगे, यमुना से निकलकर कोई डैम में उतरेंगे तो वाटर पोर्ट जैसे है, डैम और तालाब ये बनेंगे, तो ये नया ट्रांसपोर्ट का साधन होगा। और लास्टली मैं 265 रोप वे, केबल कार और फेनिकुलर रेलवे बना रहा हूँ। ये जो उत्तराखंड में क्या होता है कि हम लोग ऐसा डीजल बस 2 हाथ छोड़ छोड़ के ऊपर तक जाते हैं, अब उसके बजाय हम रोप वे, केबल कार सब जगह बना रहे हैं। उससे पोल्यूशन कम होगा, समय बहुत बचेगा, जहाँ 2 घंटा लगता है वहाँ 10 मिनट में जाएंगे। ऐसे 265 प्रोजेक्ट हम करें, केदारनाथ का भी उसमें है, बद्रीनाथ का भी है। इससे टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा और अनेक जगह पर जो पहाड़ पर है, उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल, कश्मीर, अब लद्दाख लेह में हम कोशिश कर रहे थे कि डायरेक्ट पहाड़ को लगकर एक फेनाकुलर रेलवे सिस्टम जो स्विट्जरलैंड में है, वो भी हम IIT के इंजीनियर्स ने तैयार की है। तो धीरे धीरे उस राज्य के अनुसार, आवश्यकता के अनुसार, पोल्यूशन को कम करने वाली, कॉस्ट को खर्चा कम करके टिकट रेट कम होगा और इकोनॉमिकली वायबल होगा, तो ये इसको ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में जाने की कोशिश हो रही है।
जी, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बातें बताई। आपकी ही बात में से 3 पॉइंट निकल रहे हैं जिस पर एक एक करके चर्चा करते हैं, फिर मैं अपने कुछ और सवालों पे आऊँगा। पहला ये है कि आप सारी वो बातें बता रहे हैं जो ज़मीन पे हो रही हैं, ये नहीं है कि कॉन्सेप्ट है और हुआ नहीं है। लेकिन जो क्लाइमेट इमरजेंसी का चैलेंज है और जो क्लीन फ्यूल चाहिए और लोगों की आदत बदलना चाहिए, क्रिटिकल मास कब बनेगा? इस स्केल को बहुत ज़्यादा बड़े पैमाने पर बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है। प्रयोग अच्छे हैं लेकिन अभी इंक्रीमेंटल हैं। क्रिटिकल मास के ऊपर कब जाएगा ये?
देखो, अभी पंजाब, हरियाणा और देश के कुछ भागों में 300 प्रोजेक्ट ऐसे हैं, मैं उसका एसोसिएशन का अध्यक्ष हूँ, जो परली से बायो CNG बना रहे हैं। 36 चालू हो गए हैं। अब क्या होगा, ट्रैक्टर को अगर किट लगाई या कार को लगाई तो होता है। नागपुर में हमारे यहाँ CNG के 2 स्टेशन है, हमारे पाइपलाइन से नहीं आया CNG। तो बहुत अभी मारुति कंपनी ने मुझे बताया, सुजुकी ने, कि उनका CNG का गाड़ियाँ बहुत बेची जा रही क्योंकि सस्ता है। अभी मैं परसों जा रहा हूँ पूना, बजाज CNG पर चलने वाली मोटरसाइकिल और स्कूटर लॉन्च कर रही है। उन्होंने कहा कि इलेक्ट्रिक पर पॉपुलर हुई, अब CNG और इस पर हो रही, और CNG किसान बनाएगा। अभी इसमें ऐसा है कि हमारा किसान एक समय अन्नदाता था, फिर को जनरेशन में जाकर किसान ऊर्जादाता बना, अब किसान ऊर्जादाता नहीं, अब बिटुमिन दाता बना। 80 लाख टन डांबर लगता है, 60 लाख टन देश की रिफाइनरी देती है, 40 लाख टन देश की रिफाइनरी देती है और करीब 40 लाख टन इंपोर्ट होता है। तो हमारे परली से बिटुमिन तैयार हुआ है जो अभी पानीपत में हो रहा है, फिर वो बिटुमिन दाता हो गया और अब इसके बाद किसान हाइड्रोजन दाता बनेगा। ये जो इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर से हाइड्रोजन है, इसमें 1 किलो हाइड्रोजन के लिए 50 यूनिट पावर लगती है। अभी सोलर की भी पावर कंसिडर करेंगे तो 100 रुपये की तो 100-125 रुपये की पावर लगेगी। अभी रिसर्च यह चल रहा है कि बायोमास, बाय यूजिंग बायोटेक्नोलॉजी वी इंक्रीज द प्रोडक्टिविटी ऑफ बायोमास, बाय यूजिंग बायोमास फॉर मेकिंग ऑफ बायो CNG, बायो LNG, बाय मीथेन यू कैन मेक ऑल्सो हाइड्रोजन। और दूसरी बात है कि अभी मुंबई में इंस्टीट्यूट डॉक्टर यादव है, उन्होंने बहुत प्रयोग किए, अभी उन्होंने गोवा में वो रखा भी था। अब मेरा जो इच्छा है, होगा कि नहीं होगा मुझे मालूम नहीं, होगा ऐसा लगता है क्योंकि मैं जो बोलता हूँ वो अभी तक हुआ है। तो $1 पर kg अगर हाइड्रोजन आ गया तो दुनिया में स्काई इज द लिमिट। जैसे आज हम पेट्रोल, डीजल और ये फॉसिल फ्यूल जिन जिन देशों से आयात करते वो अपने रेट पर दे रहे, वैसे हमारा हाइड्रोजन तैयार होगा। केमिकल इंडस्ट्री, स्टील इंडस्ट्री, सब जगह पर, ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में, हमारी मशीनरी में हम हाइड्रोजन यूज़ करेंगे। हाइड्रोजन का एक प्रॉब्लम है, अब मेरी गाड़ी हाइड्रोजन पर है, आज मैं नहीं लेके आया, बहुत सुंदर मर्सिडीज जैसी अच्छी गाड़ी। प्रॉब्लम यह है कि हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशंस, इसमें हमारे यहाँ क्या हुआ कि हर चीज़ अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में है। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो प्रिंसिपल एडवाइज़र है, साइंटिफिक एडवाइज़र, उनके साथ 2 मीटिंग हुई, अभी फिर ये ऐसे ख़त्म हो गया, पार्लियामेंट फिर होगी। और इसको पूरा फ्रॉम हाइड्रोजन बनाने से फिलिंग स्टेशन तक, ये पूरा एक सीक्वेंस जो है, इसको बनाने के पीछे भारत सरकार ने प्रायोरिटी दी। और आज ही प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पार्लियामेंट के अपने भाषण में हाइड्रोजन की बात की है। तो बायोफ्यूल एंड अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और हाइड्रोजन। दूसरी एक बात आपको बताता हूँ, अभी ये जैसे गैस है LPG, अमेरिका में कोल गैसिफिकेशन से DME तैयार होता है और DME LPG में ऐड करके सिलेंडर को हम 200 रुपये सस्ता कर सकते हैं। अब कोल गैसिफिकेशन में यूरिया हम बना रहे, मिथेनॉल बना रहे, अमोनियम नाइट्रेट बना रहे। अब मिथेनॉल का रेट है 22 रुपये लीटर। आसाम पेट्रोलियम बनाती 100 टन पर डे मिथेनॉल। मैंने अशोक लेलैंड का ट्रक और बस और कर्नाटक में, बंगलोर में 20% मिथेनॉल डीजल में डालकर पायलट प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल हुआ। अब डीजल का भाव 110 रुपये और मिथेनॉल का 22 रुपये। तो धीरे धीरे जो भी फ्यूल है उसको अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल को यूज़ करो, क्योंकि ये इतना ह्यूज चैलेंज है जो आपको कि जिसको इलेक्ट्रिक पे जाना इलेक्ट्रिक जाओ, आसाम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मिथेनॉल पे जाओ, जैसे महाराष्ट्र, कर्नाटक, तमिलनाडु, उत्तर प्रदेश, या गन्ना है वहाँ इथेनॉल पे जाओ, कहीं इलेक्ट्रिक पर जाओ, तो कहीं म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट को सेग्रीगेट करके उससे आप ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट से ये बनाओ। ये सब प्रयोग जब करेंगे तो भी बहुत कठिन है ये, पर जल्दी जल्दी आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनने में आवश्यकता है और इसके तरफ तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। जी,
तो जिस आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विकसित भारत का एम्बिशियस लक्ष्य सामने रखा गया है, अगले 7 से 6 साल में अब तो 143 लाख करोड़ रुपए खर्च करने की, निवेश करने की अगर योजना है, तो इनको इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाने के लिए जो कैपेसिटी चाहिए, जो प्लेयर्स चाहिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्टर में, वो भारत में पर्याप्त मात्रा में हैं क्या? कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग समस्या है।
देखिए, आप तो बाकी बात छोड़ो, मैं मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में 5 साल में 50 लाख करोड़ रुपए के काम करता हूँ और जिम्मेदारी के साथ आपको बता रहा हूँ, मेरे पास पैसे की कमी नहीं है। मेरा एक भी प्रोजेक्ट, कोई पैसे की कमी नहीं। अभी मैं हमारे इनविट मॉडल में मुंबई स्टॉक एक्सचेंज गया था, तो हमने जब हमारा बॉन्ड इशू सब्सक्राइब किया तो 7 दिन का टाइम क्लोज करने के लिए रखा था। पहले दिन 7 घंटे में हमारा 7 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ। मैं दौड़ते हुए आया, वो बेल बजाई और मैंने इशू क्लोज किया। इस देश में अभी मैंने तय किया कि अब बड़े लोगों के पैसे से मुझे रोड नहीं बनाना। कांस्टेबल, छोटे छोटे लोग जो है उनको मैं 8.05% इंटरेस्ट ईयरली दूंगा और मंथली बैच दूंगा उनको।
यहाँ रोकूंगा सर आपको। आपने एक लफ्ज़ इस्तेमाल किया है कि बड़े लोगों के पैसों की ज़रूरत नहीं है। क्या भारत की ये समस्या नहीं है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर को जिस तरीके से इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए?
मेरा भाव को समझो, मैं केवल मेरे सेक्टर की बात करूँ क्योंकि मेरा हर प्रोजेक्ट का इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न अच्छा है। अगर मैं आज प्रोजेक्ट मोनिटाइज करूँ तो 2-3 लाख करोड़ तो मुझे तुरंत मिल जाएंगे। और मेरा टोल का इनकम अभी 54,000 करोड़ है और 1-1.5 साल में अभी हम लोग 3 महीने के अंदर सैटेलाइट बेस्ड टोल सिस्टम ला रहे हैं और हमारा इनकम 1,40,000 करोड़ पर ईयर होगा। हम प्रोजेक्ट को मोनिटाइज करके हमको पैसा मिलता है और वो पैसे से हम नए प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है, अभी आपको और एक बात बता दूं, मैं वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था। यमुना में मैंने एक प्रोजेक्ट किया था, 80 mld स्लज जो थी गंदा पानी, उसको शुद्ध करके इंडियन ऑयल को देना। और इंडियन ऑयल के चेयरमैन को पूछा, आप कितना पैसा खर्चा करते हो हर साल? बोले 25 करोड़। मतलब 20 करोड़ दो, मैं आपको पानी देता हूँ। त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग करके कंपनी है, हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में हमने प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुली किया। 80 mld स्लज शुद्ध हो गई और 40% सरकार ने दिया, 60% इन्वेस्टर ने लाया। अब इंडियन ऑयल को वो पानी दे रहे, 20 करोड़ साल के मिल रहे हैं और 100 रुपये का प्रोजेक्ट 40 रुपये में हो गया, सक्सेसफुल हुआ। तो सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, इवन ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर, अभी आप देखिए लंदन ट्रांसपोर्ट, आप हमारे ट्रांसपोर्ट में जरूरत ही नहीं सरकार ने बसेस देने की। लंदन ट्रांसपोर्ट का कंसेप्ट क्या है कि इलेक्ट्रिक की एक बस समझो 60 रुपये पर किलोमीटर पकड़ो, तो महानगर पालिका या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट देती है कि हम 250 किलोमीटर की गारंटी देते हैं और रोज वो जो बस है वो 300 किलोमीटर 3.25 जाती है। टिकट जाने के बाद एक्स्ट्रा अकाउंट में केवल जो बैंक को पैसे देना उतना देने से बस प्रॉफिट में है, ड्राइवर ऑपरेटर का और कंडक्टर कारपोरेशन का। और अभी सिस्टम टिकट की रखना ही नहीं। मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में ये स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट मेरे पास है, भाई बस ट्रांसपोर्ट। मैं मजाक में कहता हूँ, हॉर्न चढ़कर सब बचता है बसे, टप पे बैठ के लोग। तो मैंने कहा तुम ये सब स्क्रैपिंग करो और तुम ये सीधा ऑपरेटर अपॉइंट करो, तुमको फायदा मिलेगा और 30% टिकट रेट कम होगा, एयर कंडीशन बस में गरीब लोग घूमेंगे। तो अब दुनिया के साथ धीरे धीरे हमको कंज्यूमर को भी सोचना होगा और ये संभव है और पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है। आप चाहे कोई भी सेक्टर पकड़ो। आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, मैं शिपिंग मंत्री था, मेरे पास मेरा बजट था 900 करोड़ का, यानी 5 साल में हो गए 4.5 करोड़। 16 लाख करोड़ का मैंने सागरमाला प्रोजेक्ट बनाया था और अभी तक विदाउट टेकिंग मनी फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट 14 लाख करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट पूरे हुए। हमने भारतमाला 1 35 लाख करोड़ का बनाया, 70% 80% प्रोजेक्ट पूरा हुआ। हमने 25 लाख करोड़ खर्चा किए, सरकार ने हमको केवल लैंड एक्ट में, बाकी पैसा डिपार्टमेंट ने खड़ा किया और खर्चा किया। ऐसा अनेक जगह पर पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट से बजट में जितना पैसा उससे 3 गुना 4 गुना पैसा देकर हम कर सकते हैं। अब कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है तो वो 100% हम लोग प्राइवेट में पब्लिक प्राइवेट करें। जो नॉन वायबल है वहाँ कहीं 40%, कहीं 30% सब्सिडी दे। हमने हाइब्रिड एन्युटी का मॉडल लाया, जहाँ वायबल है वहाँ बीओटी करेंगे, जहाँ नहीं थोड़ा है तो वहाँ हाइब्रिड एन्युटी करेंगे, और जहाँ ईपीसी बनाएंगे और मोनेटाइज करेंगे बैंक के साथ 15 साल के लिए। तो देर आर इतने डिफरेंट वेज है कि मुझे नहीं लगता पैसे की कमी है, काम होना चाहिए, इच्छा शक्ति की कमी है। और ट्रांसपेरेंसी, टाइम बाउंड डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस, क्वालिटी और करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम होगी तो ये गोल हिंदुस्तान का ग्रोथ रेट मल्टीप्लाई करना कोई कठिन नहीं है।
बिल्कुल। आपने अभी टोल नाका का जिक्र किया तो जीपीएस के ज़रिए, और दूसरी बात ये आई सामने, आपने बताया था कि जितना डिस्टेंस ट्रैवल किया उतने का ही टोल लगेगा, पूरी सड़क का नहीं लगेगा। अब आप ये बताएं कि ये कब से होगा?
3 महीने के अंदर अभी टेंडर निकल रहा है, 3 महीने के अंदर शुरू करेंगे।
3 महीने के अंदर सारे टोल के चेक नाका?
सारे नहीं होंगे, फर्स्ट फेज में 5000 किलोमीटर होगा, और जैसा सक्सेसफुल हुआ, परसों यहाँ अशोका होटल में वर्कशॉप हो गया, प्री बिड कॉन्फ्रेंस जैसा, दुनिया के सब टेक्नोलॉजी आए थे, टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर, आईटी कंपनी और टोल ऑपरेटर। तो हमने टेक्निकल फाइनेंशियल क्वालिफिकेशंस पक्के कर दिए, शायद 15-20 दिन में हम टेंडर निकालेंगे और हम शुरू करेंगे। तो और ये जो आपकी बात है ना, ये बिल्कुल सही है कि कभी कभी शहर के पास है, हमारा गलती नहीं है, ये यूपीए सरकार थी तब इन्होंने क्या किया, शहर के बाजू में टोल लगा दिया, वो उसको स्वीटनर कहते थे, प्रोजेक्ट की वायबिलिटी बढ़ाने के लिए। मैंने कहा ये नहीं करो, सब अर्बन पॉपुलेशन के बाहर जाओ और वहाँ टोल लगाओ, जहाँ से जाएगा वो वहाँ कैमरा में फ़ोटो निकलेगा, जहाँ से निकलेगा बाहर निकला, उतने डिस्टेंस का टोल आपके बैंक अकाउंट से निकल जाएगा, कहीं रुकना नहीं, कोई रोकेगा नहीं, कोई बताएगा नहीं, नो प्रॉब्लम।
तो अब ये रुकावट वाला काम बंद हो जाएगा, और आप मुझे यहाँ पर ये हेडलाइन दे रहे हैं कि अगले 3 महीने में एक ठीक ठाक स्केल पे जीपीएस से चलने वाला टोल कलेक्शन का सिस्टम भारत में शुरू होगा।
इस 3 महीने के अंदर 5000 किलोमीटर का पहला प्रोजेक्ट जीपीएस सिस्टम पर, सैटेलाइट बेस्ड टोल सिस्टम पर चालू होगा, और उसके बाद सब जगह इम्प्लीमेंट होगा। ये मैं आपको बिल्कुल विश्वास के साथ बता रहा हूँ, और ये होगा।
वाह। आपने सस्ते फ्यूल की बात कही, और अगेन भारत को जिस तरक्की की ज़रूरत है उसमें लॉजिस्टिक्स के खर्चों को कम करना एक दूसरा विषय है जिस पर आप काफ़ी रुचि लेते हैं। उसको रियली कम करने के लिए और क्या क्या काम करना है?
देखिए, मैं किसान हूँ तो मेरी पूरी इकोनॉमिक थिंकिंग किसान सेंट्रिक है। मैं जिस क्षेत्र से आता हूँ वहाँ 10,000 किसानों ने आत्महत्या की है, तो मैं तो चाहता हूँ कि हाइड्रोजन इथेनॉल ये किसान बनाए, और हम उसके खेत के बाजू में वो हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशन रखे, ट्रक बसेस आए लेके जाए। धीरे धीरे जो इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर का जो हाइड्रोजन बनाने की प्रोसेस है उसमें हम वर्ल्ड में, तो आपको मालूम होगा, वी आर द नंबर 1 मैन्युफैक्चरर ऑफ इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर इन द वर्ल्ड। प्रॉब्लम ये है कि 1 किलो हाइड्रोजन के लिए वो 50 यूनिट पावर लगती है, और 2.5 रुपये भी पकड़ा तो उसी में पैसा जाता है। तो अभी बहुत से पर्याय है। एक बात मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमारा देश नए स्टार्टअप, नए लोग, नई जनरेशन बड़ी कॉशियस है। अभी एक मैक्सिमम 300 किलो वजन का ड्रोन मैंने लॉन्च किया। अब मैंने उनको कहा कि तुम हिमाचल में जाओ और कश्मीर में जाओ, जो पहाड़ी पर एप्पल होता है वो ड्रोन वहाँ जाकर वो एप्पल नीचे लाएगा, और दवाई से लेकर बाकी इसेंशियल चीज़ें वो डाल के ड्रोन में ऊपर जाएगी। अब हमारी ड्रोन की जो कंपनीज है वो 300 किलो तक आई है। आज जिस दिन हमारी कंपनी 650 किलो का ड्रोन बनेगी उस दिन तो लोग हवा में उड़कर इधर से उधर जाएंगे, एयरपोर्ट पे जाएंगे। मैंने चेन्नई के एक हॉस्पिटल में, ये जो लंग्स होती है ये एयरपोर्ट में आने के बाद ड्रोन में रखकर हॉस्पिटल में जाती है। तो ये अभी चालू हुआ है। तो धीरे धीरे टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके हम कॉस्ट भी कम कर सकते हैं, नए रोजगार भी निर्माण कर सकते हैं, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ रेट को बढ़ा सकते हैं, पोल्यूशन को हटा सकते हैं, और ये विन विन सिचुएशन में बहुत फायदे का। और हमारा इंपोर्ट, आप कुछ भी कहो, मैं दिल्ली में आता हूँ, 3 दिन रहता हूँ तो इन्फेक्शन लेके जाता हूँ। दिल्ली में कितना एयर पोल्यूशन है, और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि इथिक्स, इकोनॉमी, इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट, हमें वाटर पोल्यूशन, एयर पोल्यूशन को प्रायोरिटी से ख़त्म करना चाहिए। नहीं तो हमारा हेल्थ बहुत लाइफ कम हो सकता है।
बिल्कुल सर, मेरे प्रोड्यूसर मुझे रैप अप करने के लिए कह रहे हैं, लेकिन तब भी कम से कम 2 सवाल मैं आपसे और पूछना चाहता हूं। एक है कि अब जो एक्सट्रीम वेदर हो गया है उसमें क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाना भारत के लिए एक नई चुनौती के रूप में सामने आया है, और ये अनुभव बताता है कि हमारे प्रोजेक्ट उतने लंबी उम्र वाले, उतने टिकाऊ नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, और ये चैलेंज अब इमीडिएट है। इसको कैसे एड्रेस कर रही है आपकी सरकार?
देखो, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि मैं तो पूरा ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में करना चाहता हूँ। 50 प्रोजेक्ट हमने, जो बाम्बू है उसके क्रैश बैरियर सक्सेसफुली बने और इंदौर के हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट ने सर्टिफाई किया। फिर हम प्लांटेशन बड़े प्रमाण पर कर रहे हैं। हमने 76,000 पेड़ को ट्रांसप्लांट किया है और 3 करोड़ 78 लाख लगाए। मुझे आपको बताऊंगा, पैठन करके औरंगाबाद के पास है, एक सयाजी शिंदे करके साउथ फिल्मों में विलन का काम करते हैं, वो ट्रांसप्लांटेशन का मैंने उनको काम उनकी सलाह से किया। 100 साल पुराने बड़ के पेड़ को हमने ट्रांसप्लांट सक्सेसफुली किया। फिर रबर जो टायर है, ये जो सर्कुलेशन इकोनॉमी इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोजगार निर्माण के लिए और इंपोर्ट कम करने, तो रबर को और वेस्ट प्लास्टिक को हम लोग बिटुमेन में डालना चाहते हैं, तो हमारा इंपोर्ट कम होगा, क्वालिटी सुधरेगी। हमारे यहाँ भी सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है, कल मुंबई आईआईटी में एक सेमिनार है और हमारे सब लोगों को भेजा है। हमारा प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जहाँ बरसात आती है वहाँ डांबर के रोड उखड़ जाते हैं, तो एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी है 6 इंच 8 इंच वाइट टॉपिंग की। मैं अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में पूरे कंक्रीट रोड है, गड्ढे नहीं दिखते आपको। तो अभी मैंने सीरियसली आज ही सेक्रेटरी और चेयरमैन को कहा कि हम लोग अभी जो बिटुमेन रोड का बेस अच्छा है वहाँ कॉन्क्रीटिंग 6 और 8 इंच का ये कॉन्क्रीटिंग सरफेसिंग करेंगे, वाइट टॉपिंग, और उसके ऊपर बिटुमेन सरफेसिंग करके रोड की क्वालिटी अच्छी रखने वाली योजना तैयार करेंगे। क्योंकि मैं इस मत पर आया हूँ कि बिटुमेन के रोड बनाने से वो टिकते नहीं है, बरसात में जाते हैं। मेरा प्रॉब्लम क्या हुआ, जिस दिन मैं बोलता हूँ ये सीमेंट वाले जिन पर मेरा गुस्सा है, ये कार्टेल बनाकर रेट बढ़ा देते हैं। अब मैं सीमेंट रोड जब बनाने की बात करता हूँ तो सीमेंट का रेट बढ़ता है, तो मैंने फिर वो पहले मैं पूरे सीमेंट रोड बना रहा था, फिर मैंने बिटुमेन शुरू किया। तो ये प्रॉब्लम यही है कि सीमेंट वाले प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाए, प्रॉफिट कमाए, पर कम प्रोडक्शन करके वो रेट ज़्यादा रखे या ना करें। तो मुझे लगता है आने वाले समय में कंक्रीट रोड के बिना कोई पर्याय नहीं है।
जी, एक समस्या जिसका आपने अभी थोड़ा सा जिक्र किया, लेकिन मैं उस पर फिर से आना चाहता था, वो ये कि जो आपकी नई योजनाएं हैं, हमको थोड़ा अंदाज है कि बहुत ही एम्बिशियस हैं, उसमें कौन कौन से सेक्टर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में प्रायोरिटी एरियाज होंगे जिसमें आपको लगता है कि आप लोग इन्वेस्टर्स को पहले इनवाइट करना चाहेंगे, जल्दी एग्जीक्यूट कराना चाहेंगे?
सर, ऐसा है कि हमारी तो गोल्ड माइन है, हमारे यहाँ इन्वेस्टर की लाइन लगी हुई है। सब जगह प्रॉब्लम कहाँ था मैं आपको बताता हूँ। ये कैनेडियन और ये पूरे लोग आते हैं मेरे पास, मैं उनको चाय वगैरह पिला के पहला प्रश्न पूछता हूँ कि आप मुझे रुपीज़ में फाइनेंस करने के लिए तैयार है क्या? वो हाँ बोलते तो मतलब आगे की चर्चा करूँ, नहीं तो छोड़ दो। क्या है रुपीज़ डॉलर फ्लक्चुएशन, एन इतना स्ट्रांग है कि 0% में भी लिया तो भी डर लगता है। बहुत स्ट्रांग करेंसी है, डॉलर में भी वही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जब तक ये डॉलर और फॉरेन करेंसी का हेजिंग करके ये नहीं होगा, ये प्रॉब्लम है। दूसरी बात, अभी हमारे यहाँ 100 करोड़ की बैंक गारंटी चाहिए, तो बैंक बोलती है 100 करोड़ डिपॉजिट दो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को। तो अभी इंश्योरेंस बॉन्ड के पीछे लगे हैं, परफॉर्मेंस गारंटी और बाकी सबके लिए अभी हमने चालू किया है और अब इंश्योरेंस बॉन्ड स्वीकारना शुरू किया है। तो मैंने तो अभी ये भी कहा कि ये जो हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया, उनको कहा तुम एक कंपनी बनाओ, 51% तुम्हारे 49% एनए जाएगी और तुम्हें बॉन्ड की गारंटी लेते जाओ, इंश्योरेंस बॉन्ड की, और ये कंपनी करा के करो, प्रॉब्लम छूटेगा। एक साल फाइनेंशियल क्लोजर नहीं होता। तो ऐसी बहुत सी बातें हैं जो कंस्ट्रक्शन में, फाइनेंशियल इसमें, अब ऐसा है कि सबको फाइनेंशियल आर्म है, हमारे एनएचआई को नहीं है, जबकि बैलेंस शीट हमारी सबसे स्ट्रांग है। तो हम लोगों को, हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बैंकों से ही लोन लेना पड़ता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं इनोवेटिव फाइनेंस विथ लोअर इंटरेस्ट, विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज द क्वालिटी, कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को कम करना और क्वालिटी ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को इम्प्रूव करना। और मुझे तो प्रॉब्लम है नहीं जी, हम लोग जल्दी काम नहीं करते, ये अभी हम 2 किलोमीटर से 34 किलोमीटर पे आए। अब मेरा तो बस चल जाए तो 100 किलोमीटर पे जाओ करके जाएंगे।
लेकिन आपका अगला माइलस्टोन आपने अपने लिए 60 किलोमीटर का
रखा। देखो वो मेरा टारगेट है, फिर वो मीडिया वाले क्या बोलते हैं मैंने 60 किलोमीटर बोला और किया नहीं। तो टारगेट ऐसे ही रखा जाए, बच्चों को कहते हैं ना कि तेरे को 90% मार्क मिलने चाहिए, वो मिल रहा है 75, तो फिर ऐसा नहीं होता कि तो 90 नहीं मिले।
बिल्कुल। सर, अभी जब आपसे यहाँ इंटरव्यू पर आने के पहले चर्चा हो रही थी तो आपकी बात से लगा कि बहुत सारा काम हो रहा है और आपसे तो घंटों बातचीत की जा सकती है इस विषय पे, लेकिन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर जिस प्रकार के पब्लिक एजुकेशन की ज़रूरत है उसमें आपकी इजाज़त लेते हुए मैं एक ऐलान कर दूं क्या, वो ये कि अब हर महीने आप NDTV के प्लेटफॉर्म पर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से जुड़े हुए विषय पर जो तरह तरह के इनिशिएटिव्स हो रहे हैं उसको शोकेस करेंगे, बात करेंगे, और कार्यक्रम का नाम होगा गडकरी अनप्लग्ड।
मैं आपको अच्छी ये तो करिए, और ये प्रोजेक्ट्स को
पब्लिक सपोर्ट,
ये जो रेड सिग्नल दिखाने वाली कौन कौन सी एजेंसी है उनका नाम भी प्रकाशित करते जाइए। इसके पास फॉरेस्ट के इतने अटके हुए, ये सेक्शन में इतने अटके हुए, इसने पेड़ की परमिशन 1.5 साल से नहीं दी, ये सरकार है इसने लैंड एक्विजिशन 2 साल नहीं किया। परसों मैं कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री भाई आप अगर नहीं करोगे तो मैं हवा में थोड़ी रोड बनाऊं।
सर बिल्कुल यही इरादा है, और आपका एक दूसरा प्रिय विषय है ब्यूरोक्रेसी, उसकी बात नहीं करेंगे तो चर्चा पूरी नहीं होगी। सिंपल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट राइटिंग, ये भी आप लोगों की प्रायोरिटी है कि नहीं?
बिल्कुल है। देखो हम कहीं मैं आपको बताता
तो इसका सबूत तो अगले महीने 2 महीने में आपको देना पड़ेगा।
सर अभी हमने हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में काफ़ी बदल किया है, काफ़ी चेंजेस किए, और पहले जो देखो अब मुझे बोलना उचित नहीं है क्योंकि मैं मंत्री हूँ। इफ देर इज ए डिस्प्यूट बिटवीन 2 पार्टी, 1 पार्टी कैन नॉट बी ए जज। हमारे पूरे सिस्टम में कॉन्ट्रैक्टर पर अन्याय कर रहे हो तो गलत निर्णय होते हैं, क्योंकि निर्णय करने वाला जो है वही पार्टी है। वी नीड ए मैकेनिज्म वेयर इंडिपेंडेंट, इम्पार्शियली और फेयरली जो सही है वो निर्णय होना चाहिए। अब जो डिस्प्यूट है 2 पार्टी में वही जज है। वी नीड टू इम्प्रूव लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स।
सर थैंक यू सो वेरी मच, आज आप हमारे पास आए, वक्त निकाला, उसके लिए बहुत शुक्रिया। और अब कुछ विनर्स को आपके साथ अवार्ड दिलवाएंगे। थैंक यू,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, we now return to the NDTV Infrashakti Awards, and our next category this evening is for Transport Trailblazer. The nominees in this category are, take a look at this report.
The Guwahati Metropolitan Development Authority for building India's longest passenger ropeway in Guwahati at 1800 meters across the Brahmaputra. This achievement has significantly eased traffic by connecting North and South Guwahati, providing a vital link for commuters. Kerala Shipping and Inland Navigation Corporation in Kochi for constructing Suryamshu, the state's first hybrid solar-powered cruise boat for 100 passengers. This innovative vessel has reduced emissions, lowered operational noise and cut costs, setting a new standard in sustainable transportation. Capital Region Urban Transport, Odisha, for strengthening MoBus, a 305 strong service in Bhubaneswar, and Mo E-Ride, an electric rickshaw feeder system, making it safe, accessible, gender sensitive, smart, affordable and socially inclusive, while also working in partnership with NGOs for capacity building of drivers and conductors. AFCONs, for overcoming challenges to build the 1,315-meter-long Chenab Bridge at a height of 359 meters, the tallest rail bridge in the world, without obstructing the flow of the river.
Well, the NDTV award over here is very, very special indeed. It honors some of the most exceptional infrastructure projects in the country. I'd like to call up once again the Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. Come, sir, please. Right, well, we've got the Minister over here. Sir, if you can take the envelope and just read out the name of the winner.
Yes.
Transport Trailblazer Afcon Infrastructure.
Well, receiving this award on behalf of Afcon's infrastructure is Mr. Giridhar Rajgopalan, Deputy Managing Director of Afcons. I'll invite you, sir, to please come on stage and receive this award.
In the Riyasi district of Jammu and Kashmir, the Chenab Bridge is part of the Jammu-Dhampur-Srinagar Baramulla rail line project. The 345-kilometer section between the Jammu and Baramulla regions will enhance mobility within Jammu and Kashmir and across India, providing a critical connect to the Kashmir Valley for constructing the Chenab Bridge, the world's tallest railway bridge, without obstructing the flow of the river. The Infrashakti Award for Transport Trailblazer goes to Afcon's infrastructure.
An engineering marvel, and what kind of a message this sends in terms of India's capability that is now best in the world. Would you like to take that, sir?
Share my thoughts.
Absolutely, and congratulations once again, sir.
It's been a very collaborative project. There's been a number of consultants, but what I can truly say is that the construction engineering of the project, the methods which actually drive an infrastructure project, is completely done with Indian engineers. So the message I think it has sent out to the world is that we in India have the capacity and the capability to build world-class infrastructure with precision and the highest standards of safety. Not a single fatal accident on the project.
Wonderful, sir.
Wonderful. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Thank you.
I'll just grab that. Thank you very much, sir. Come, shall we get a photograph? Come, sir, please. I'd request Mr. Gadkari to be...
Stay with us, sir.
Stay with
Our
us.
next category of the NDTV Infrashakti Awards is Infra Visionary. And the nominees in this category are... The VT.
Sudhanshu Mani for being the innovator of the Vande Bharat Express. His zeal for leveraging new technologies to enhance passenger experience has made the Vande Bharat a symbol of Indian engineering prowess. Hali War for growing living root bridges in Meghalaya, following a technique learned from his grandfather. Given the region's prolonged heavy rainfall, these bridges grown from tree roots offer a sturdy alternative to traditional bamboo or wooden bridges. This is not only a unique cultural heritage, but also a remarkable feat of bioengineering. Project Bhishma for creating the Arogya Maitri 8 Cube Hospital. The flat-pack field hospital, transportable by helicopter, can be swiftly assembled by 5 trained individuals within an hour, providing immediate medical care in disaster areas to up to 200 patients. Chetan Singh Solanki for initiating the Energy Swaraj Yatra in November 2020 via a solar bus. The Yatra will span 11 years until 2030. To date, the Yatra has covered over 51,000 kilometers, interacted with nearly 250,000 individuals with the aim of promoting energy literacy and encourage a movement for 100 solar energy adoption.
Sir, could you do the honors with the announcement of the winner?
Infra visionary Sudhanshu Mani.
Sudhanshu Mani.
Mr. Mani is coming up to the stage.
Infra visionary Sudhanshu Mani envisioned modernizing Indian railways, transcending the outdated image of Indian trains, aiming for a sleek, efficient and futuristic design. As the project's chief design engineer, he pioneered several innovative features in this indigenous train, including its aerodynamic nose cone, bio-vacuum toilets, quicker acceleration and contemporary interiors. His pioneering work enabled the Vande Bharat to achieve speeds up to 180 kilometers per hour, making it India's fastest train. For beating all odds to spearhead the development of the Vande Bharat Express, a symbol of domestic engineering prowess, the Infrashakti Award for being an infra visionary goes to Sudhanshu Mani.
Mr. Mani, before I hand over the mic to you, there was a sense in the past that when it came to the manufacture of locomotives or train platforms, India was behind the West, for example. But that's not true anymore, because many of the designs that we have are in fact absolutely world-class, giving us comfort and efficiency which has never been seen in India for decades.
Thank you. So we are not there yet, but we will be there, is all I can say. So I beg leave to speak a couple of words.
Please, sir.
So I was told an acceptance speech should not be more than 2 minutes, but I am a railway man for life, so I have an inherent right to be derailed. And so borrowing from my granduncle, the bard, he said that men's evil manners live in brass, the good, the virtues we write in water, or also in Julius Caesar, that the evil the men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So my uncle has been proved right today, thanks to this award, thanks to Infravision and NDTV. The Train 18 Vande Bharat Express is going to live in brass. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yes. Come, can we just have a photo? Sir, a quick photograph? Come. Mr. Gadkari, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Please.
Sir.
Well, we now move on to our next category, the Urban Infra Hero, and the nominees in this category are in this report.
Sandeep Patel, CEO of NEPRA, for pioneering a PPP model and building an organized dry waste supply chain that connects waste generators and collectors to recyclers. Surat Municipal Corporation, for revitalizing the Surat Castle, transforming it into a city attraction and economic hub. The project has helped in reinstating the area's relevance and importance in Surat's history and also made it a source of livelihood and funds. Subbalakshmi K, for using Munify to bring together municipal projects and financiers, addressing urban and climate crisis through financing support for local government projects. Akhilesh Srivastav, Road Safety Ambassador at the International Road Federation, Delhi, for leveraging technology to champion the important cause of road safety, the 9th greatest reason for fatalities in India. His focus is on the importance of training drivers and riders to reduce traffic violations and eventually road fatalities.
To give away this award, I'd like to invite on the stage Mr. Malana Sasalu, CEO of the Provident Housing Limited. So if you can just join us. Come, please. Come. And we've got the envelope coming up. If you can just announce this.
urban infra hero, Sandeep Patel, Nepra, Ahmedabad.
Sandeep Patel, Netra, Ahmedabad, can you please come up?
Urban infra hero. The founder of Nepra, Sandeep Patel's entrepreneurial journey has been motivated by a desire to create transformation across the spectrum of societal well-being. Through his innovative end-to-end circular waste management and sustainability solutions model, Sandeep has brought diverse stakeholders from government bodies, aggregators, waste pickers, collectors, and other enterprises onto a single platform with the belief of impacting people and the planet positively. For operating on a PPP model across India and building an organized dry waste supply chain that connects waste generators and collectors to recyclers, the Infrashakti Award for Urban Infra Hero goes to Sandeep Patel.
Congratulations. Before you leave, I'll just ask you a quick question, if you can grab the mic. Garbage collection in India, it's not something we typically do very well, particularly in our urban centers. In as much as you've worked in the technology, what about the mindsets? Is that a problem? Garbage segregation, it's still not something where we are anywhere close to being able to do efficiently and at scale.
I completely agree with you with that challenge. But I think with 16 years of failures and learning from them, I think we have cracked the code. With the successful models which we are running in multiple cities of Indore, Ahmedabad and all, we have understood the psyche of waste generator and also the waste. So how to sort, we had the right intent to do it. We have done a lot of innovations around solving that problem and created the right infrastructure. So for us, that has been a complete learning during the journey to bring that alignment with stakeholders.
Okay. All right, congratulations. Thank you so much, both of you. Please. Well, our next category of the NDTV Infrashakti Awards is for Rural Infra Pioneer, and the nominees in this category are in this report.
Telangana Panchayati Raj and Rural Development Department for increasing the state's green cover through the Palle Prakriti Vanam, the Village Nature Parks program. Across all of Telangana's Gram Panchayats, village dumping yards and vermicompost sheds help nourish park flora, and the parks also act as water conservation hubs. Vidyut Mohan for running Takachar, a company that uses a low-cost portable technology to recycle agricultural waste into marketable products like fuel and fertilizers, offering an alternative to the heavily polluting practice of burning agricultural bioproducts. Shashank Kumar, CEO of Dehaat, for empowering small and marginal farmers by providing end-to-end agricultural services and for linking 2 million farmers and 12,000 plus rural entrepreneurs with the market. Ganga Praharis, for volunteering to keep the Ganga clean as part of a cadre of over 4,500 community volunteers from riverside communities along the Ganga River Basin in 11 states of India. They have undertaken over 2,025 conservation activities like cleanliness drives, plantations, awareness programs across the Ganga Basin so far.
To give away this award, I'd like to invite on the stage Girish Bhardwaj, Padma Shri winning social worker, who's also known as the Bridgeman of India. So, please.
Yeah. So if you could announce the winner.
Shashank Kumar, Dehaat.
Shashank Kumar.
Rural Infra Pioneer. As the CEO, Shashank Kumar has been the driving force behind Dehaat's mission to empower small and marginal farmers by providing end-to-end agricultural services and connecting them with markets. Beginning with just 20 farmers in Bihar, Dehaat has grown into a leading agri-tech platform that provides farmers across multiple states access to agri-inputs, customized farm advisories, financing and market linkages, for creating a digital marketplace and a one-stop solution for 2 million farmers and 12,000 plus rural entrepreneurs. The Infrashakti Award for Rural Infra Pioneer goes to Shashank Kumar.
What has been the experience like? And it's 2 million farmers and counting. What has been the experience like? What are they saying in terms of the difference this has made to their lives?
So as on date, it's 2.7 actually.
Okay.
But no, thank you NDTV, thank you Infrashakti. This journey started back in 2011 with mere 14 farmers. And then we had a gut feel that sooner or later, physical as well as digital infra connectivity will improve. And that will bring a lot of ease to reach out to millions of farmers to give them basic access of agriculture value chain services. And that's exactly what Dehaat has been doing as on date. I take a lot of pride to say that the way how we have built last mile infrastructure, last mile supply chain to provide complete end-to-end agri services to farmers, right from beej se bazaar tak. And basically that is helping those farmers to get access to market, access to quality agricultural input, advisory and a lot. And again, it doesn't just help them to sell their farm produce, whether they are in Bihar or MP or Maharashtra, to overseas market, but also towards technology transfer from all the universities as well as the global innovations to their farm gate. But yes, we keep saying within Dehaat that it's just a beginning, considering I think our effort to build this last mile infra across major 300 districts, again, it has to be continued. That's our aim. To basically bring almost 10 million farmers in next 3 years as our goal. So,
what is the average age profile of your company? You're so young yourself, all of you.
No, interesting. So 4 or 5 years ago, the average age, and I'm referring our own database, it used to be 52 years. But as on date, as we speak, this is like 46 years. So that you can understand the trend.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you very much for joining us. Let's just take a quick picture over here.
Thank you. Thanks for this award. Thanks for the recognition.
Step forward.
In fact, Girishji, I want to ask you this, that when you talk about some of these rural infra ideas that are there, if any one of them clicks and reaches the kind of scale that we are talking, it could have a huge multiplier effect in terms of the rural economy. So what kind of an impact some of these experiments, these ideas and solutions could have in the rural economy?
Yeah.
So,
go
ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. It's a wonderful thing. So there are many people in different fields they are working, and that is a need now, need of the hour. You have shown the heroes.
Yes.
Their works and all. So if you are trying always to be normal, you'll never know how amazing you can be. These people are amazing. You have done wonderful.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Let's take a group picture.
Please. A group photo.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations once again. Our next category this evening is for Water Savior, and the nominees in this category are
Dr. Pradeep Thallapil for using nanotechnology to create a water filter for pesticide removal and the supply of affordable drinking water. He hopes to provide clean water for all at affordable cost using advanced materials. The water filter technology developed under his guidance is estimated to have reached about 9 million people. Arun Krishnamurthy for facilitating the cleaning of more than 460 lakes and water bodies across 18 states with the assistance of local volunteers. Since launching the Environmentalist Foundation of India, EFI, in 2007, he has mobilized thousands of people to help clean and restore 462 of India's lakes. Kheti, for manufacturing greenhouse in a box, to help small and marginal farmers produce 7 times more output with 90% less water. They are currently working with 1,000 farmers in 6 states and aim to reach 50,000 farmers by 2027. Dwarika Prasad, for encouraging villagers in Chamkot district to dig 3,500 ponds to recharge groundwater since 2021, convincing them that this was a good way to honor their dead or to celebrate an occasion.
To give away this award, I would like to invite on stage Rajendra Singh, Ramon Magsaysay winning water conservationist and founder of Tarun Bharat Sangh, and Omar and Razik from the Futures Group. The Futures Group is associated with several business ventures in recruitment, staffing, fisheries, construction, healthcare and education. Please, sir. Let's get the envelope. Please, sir.
Why don't you just
the
the mic?
Yeah, mic. Yes.
Can you read it out once again?
Water Savior, Arun Krishnamurthy, Chennai.
Arun Krishnamurthy, Chennai.
Water Savior, for Arun Krishnamurthy, it began with childhood memories of a pond beside his Chennai home, which soon transformed into an urban dump. Since launching the Environmentalist Foundation of India in 2007, now called Environmentalist Foundation International, he has mobilized thousands of people, including scores of young volunteers, to help clean, restore and rehabilitate more than 460 of India's lakes that have long been subject to pollution and the impacts of climate change. For his conservation efforts in cleaning and restoring close to 500 water bodies in 18 states across India, by energizing local volunteers, the Infrashakti Award for Water Savior goes to Arun Krishnamurthy.
Come.
The mic.
Well, I must, as you grab that mic, ask you, Arun, a basic question. It's about mindsets. When you set about the task of revitalizing a water body which is dead or almost going to be dead, and you come across attitudes of people saying, who cares? It's just a dumping area, let's just dump more garbage into it. What can you actually do and how do you do it?
First of all, thanks primarily for this award. I thank NDTV and the Infrashakti Foundation, and thanks to all of you. All of us here want to see a clean river. We want to drink water from a lake or a pond. We want to swim in that fresh water body. We love to see those birds, snakes, frog, crabs. And we're all helpless in some way or the other, where we don't know how we're going to get that water body clean and how we're going to have it as in the pristine habitat that it has to be. And that's where this mind block that somebody would come to change it. And that's where this started, where we wanted to become that somebody for India's water bodies. And this is no heroic of one person or one organization, several thousand volunteers. And it's embedded somewhere deep within our genes, that if given a paper, pencil and asked to draw something about nature, everybody here would put a hill, a stream, a coconut tree, a V-shaped bird, a sunflower, and a triangular home under that tree. And all of us want more green, more blue. It's just that we don't know where to start, and maybe the start is here. That's it. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Wonderful answer. Thank you so much.
Rajendraji, I want to ask you one thing, sir, if you could hand the mic to, which is that water is turning out to be one of the biggest challenges that this generation is facing across the board. कितनी खुशी मिलती है कि इस तरह के अब सॉल्यूशंस आपको देश भर में देखने को मिल रहे हैं, उत्तराखंड से लेके चेन्नई तक, जहां पर कहीं ना कहीं इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करने के लोकल सॉल्यूशंस सामने आ रहे हैं.
मैं समझता हूं कि भारत में सॉल्यूशन थे, पर इस मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी ने और ये जो ग्रीडीनेस माइंड है उसने उस ट्रेडिशन को, उस इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम को और विजडम को ब्लॉक कर दिया है। इसलिए ये जो क्राइसिस है, ये जो आज की पानी की क्राइसिस है, ये केवल भारत की नहीं पूरी दुनिया की है। दुनिया बेपानी होकर उजड़ रही है और जहाँ भी वो लोग जाते हैं उनको क्लाइमेटिक रिफ्यूजी बोलते हैं। तो ये जो क्राइसिस है, इस क्राइसिस को ऐसे नौजवान लोग, कृष्णमूर्ति जैसे अकेले से नहीं, ज़्यादा बड़े संख्या, ज़्यादा लोग जब इस काम में लगेंगे तब ये भारत पानीदार बनेगा। अभी जो भारत है, तुम जानती हो कि हम एक ज़माने में भारत को गुरु दुनिया मानती थी, पर आज नहीं मानती। आज इसलिए नहीं मानती है क्योंकि हमारे एजुकेशन माइंड ने, हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी ने और इंजीनियरिंग ने और साइंस विदाउट सेंस ने हम लोगों को ज़रा अपने रास्ते से भटका दिया है। इसीलिए हम बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं, ये भी हो रहा है, ये भी हो रहा है। आज मैं सुबह से सुन रहा हूँ, सब अच्छी बातें सुन रहा हूँ, पर इस क्लाइमेटिक इमरजेंसी क्यों है, ये क्राइसिस क्यों है, ये ड्राउट और फ्लड क्यों बढ़ रहा है, ये अकाल और प्रलय क्यों आ रहा है? मुझे लगता है कि उस बात पे सोचने की जरूरत है। आज हम लोग जो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं वो उस तरफ नहीं सोचते, वो केवल जो हमारा लालची दिमाग है उसमें से केवल प्रॉफिट के लिए सोचते हैं, शुभ के लिए सोचना बंद कर दिया। यदि इस देश को दोबारा पानीदार बनना है तो केवल लाभ से काम नहीं चलेगा, लाभ से साथ साथ शुभ का होना जरूरी है। और ये लाभ और शुभ का रिश्ता भारत में हजारों साल पुराने से आ रहा था, लेकिन इस मॉडर्न एजुकेशन ने पिछले 150 सालों में, और खासकर तकनीक ने और इंजीनियरिंग ने, आज की जो तकनीक और इंजीनियरिंग है वो विदाउट कॉन्शियसनेस एंड विदाउट कंसर्न फॉर ह्यूमन बीइंग एंड नेचर, जब हमारे रिश्ते प्रकृति और मानवता से टूट जाते हैं तब क्लाइमेटिक इमरजेंसी आती है, और उसको ऐसे लोग जरा ठीक कर लेंगे। इसके लिए इसको बधाई।
Congratulations once again. Thank you.
एक फोटो ले लेते हैं। थैंक यू, थैंक यू जी। Our last category this evening is the People's Choice Award for Inclusive Infrastructure, and the nominees in this category are
Anuprayas for creating a range of accessibility solutions for public places, ensuring that those with disabilities can commute with ease and minimal assistance. These include braille maps and signs, ramps and grab bars, and sign language video assistance to make public transport inclusive and accessible. Gudgudi for transforming public spaces by designing inclusive and accessible playgrounds for children with disabilities, fostering social interaction and learning through play with a range of indoor and outdoor playground products. These innovative play spaces integrate sensory elements to ensure all children can play together, promoting an inclusive society. Swarga Foundation for leading initiatives in Coimbatore to make police stations, railway stations, corporation school buildings and toilets accessible and wheelchair-friendly. And for starting Sarathi, a wheelchair-friendly transport service. Samarthayam for promoting the understanding and implementation of accessibility in sustainable built, social and virtual environments through various projects and advocacy efforts. This includes initiatives in public transport, education and tourism to ensure inclusivity for all.
To give away this award, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Tarun Garg, COO of Hyundai Motor India Limited, and Arman Ali, Executive Director, National Center for Promotion of Employment for Disabled People. Please, sir. Do the honors, sir. Yeah.
The award for inclusive infrastructure goes to Swarga Foundation.
Swarga Foundation.
Inclusive infrastructure. Swarga Foundation's vision is an inclusive society where individuals with multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular disorders, and other disabilities have access to all the opportunities to live a complete life. Their ongoing initiatives include making all corporation schools within Coimbatore city wheelchair accessible, with accessible toilets, launching Sarathi, Coimbatore's first disabled-friendly transportation service, making police stations in Coimbatore accessible to all, and renovating the wheelchair-accessible toilets of Coimbatore railway station to make them usable. For improving access to opportunities that are inaccessible due to a lack of infrastructure, the Infrashakti Award for Inclusive Infrastructure goes to Swarga Foundation.
Come, please.
Come, please.
Give it to her. Let me, should you hold it up? Why don't you hold it up? Let me ask you a very basic question. We are here and we are talking about sustainable infrastructure growth. When it comes to people with different abilities, how important is it for us to be sensitive about requirements when we plan, for example, urban development?
Thank you so much for your question. I'm incredibly privileged to be receiving this award today. And people call me with different names. They call me wheelchair-bound, Divyang and special. I'm here to tell the whole world that I'm not just special, I'm limited edition. And I'm not special because of my disability, but because of my ability to convert every adversity into an opportunity. So, my husband, Dr. Guru Prasad, and I started Swarga Foundation 10 years back. In the last 1 decade, we have impacted the lives of more than 10 crore people across India in the areas of advocacy, accessibility, rehabilitation, and parasports. Today, this award just doesn't belong to me, but to my team at Swarga Foundation, to my children, and trustees of Swarga Foundation, and also to Anjali, Pancham, and Aditi, who are my co-recipients. Thank you so much. People should realize that, today is such a great day that Adani Group, NDTV, and Infrashakti Foundation has acknowledged our efforts in the field of accessible infrastructure and travel solutions. That itself is a testament to tell the whole world that we are bridging barriers one step at a time, and also proves that everyone matters. Thank you so much.
In fact, I wanted to ask, can I have the mic for a sec? I wanted to ask Mr. Garg a question as well. Now, this is something extremely close to, I can safely say, the hearts of Hyundai. It's also very close to NDTV. It's a mission called Samarth. I use the word mission because it's something we feel needs to go on for a long period of time. It is about disability awareness. It is about disability rights. It is about every aspect of bringing about an understanding of the fundamental need to ensure equality across the playing field. Let's talk a little bit about infrastructure. When we talk about Samarth and the beliefs of the Hyundai Group, how is inclusive infrastructure very much top of your mind?
No, Vishnu, I think Samarth by Hyundai, like you said, is very, very close to our heart. And we believe that, yes, we all know that probably in India there are more than 26 million people with disability. But we believe that it's not about their disability, as he also mentioned. I think it's more about the environment. It's more about our inability to really provide the requisite infrastructure. And through the Samarth initiative, we are really trying to create that kind of an awareness. And I can tell you, in the last few years, I have seen the ramps coming up in stages. I have seen so many things happening. But I still believe that we are still like a drop in the ocean. There is still so much more to do. You need to start at home. So at Hyundai, we have ensured that now close to 99% of our dealer showrooms and workshops are wheelchair accessible. We are really trying. We know that to make a difference, we cannot do it alone. So we are really trying to increase awareness. I can see a lot of social narrative going around it. So I believe that going forward, like you said, this is not a one-off event. No. We need to consistently work together. And we're very happy, very thankful to, of course, NDTV to really partner with us and really create that kind of a moment where everybody, every citizen of India really wants to be a part of it and make sure that whenever we see that there is the accessibility is not there, we raise our voice, we raise the concern, and then I think it will become an integral part of the system.
Absolutely.
So yes, beginning has been made, and I assure you that as far as Hyundai is concerned, we are going to be consistently working on it and investing in it. And thank you for this opportunity, and congratulations, ma'am, for really doing such a great job. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
In fact, Arman, I want to ask you this, that talk to us about the thoughts that are going in your mind, the fact that inclusivity infrastructure is now being mainstreamed to a large extent, the thoughts that are going in your mind, the change that you've seen in the last decade or so in terms of infrastructure accessibility.
No, I was surprised that I was asked to come to this event, and infrastructure talking about disability. I think we have moved way forward in last 2 decades, and this is brilliant. This is like you're trying to mainstream disability and not looking at disability in isolation. And I think infrastructure creates some biggest barrier for disability inclusion. It's your transport, your buildings, your systems, and everything around that you build, which keeps disabled people out of the drawing board. I think this is a brilliant initiative. Congratulations to NDTV, Adani Group, and the entire team here. And I see that I know Swarnalata and everybody here. They're all my comrades and in the work, and it's heartening to see there's so much happening and so much of support, and it's not limited to only one particular community now. It's like everybody's taking, and my kudos to Tarun, I think, for the kind of initiative he has taken in partnership with NDTV and Samarth. We closely watch him and collaborate wherever we can. So brilliant, I think. Congratulations to all.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Thank you
absolutely.
so much.
Thank
Mainstreaming disability rights and awareness is what this is all about. We'll continue doing that. But there is still enough time for a group photo. If you want 10 group photos, do come forward as we wrap up this evening's proceedings. But there'll be a little bit more. Just a little bit. I think there's a vote of thanks also.
Yeah, there's a vote of thanks, yes.
Come, photographs first.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Come,
Yes.
please.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a part of the Adani Presents NDTV Infrashakti Awards. Knowledge partner, the Infra Vision Foundation, powered by Futures, associate sponsors, Provident Housing and NBCC. We would now like to invite you all for dinner. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for being with us, and thank you for your support.